This is a clouds weather alert.
Good Tuesday evening, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, tracking a historic winter storm. It's bringing just unbelievable impacts here toward the Sunshine State. Preliminarily, we've already set the record, it would seem, for most snow ever in an event in the state of Florida now. There were unofficial reports, I think it was back in the 70s, but officially now getting over there about 5.5 inches of snow out toward the Florida Panhandle. Back it up just a little bit here, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I have to keep going a bit, but you kind of get the idea. This is around Molino. 5.5 inches reported by a train spotter here just a little while ago. So just an unbelievable situation here, and this accent is headed closer toward our area here with the heavier snow bands, but already getting some snow here. Southwest Georgia already seeing a good bit, and it's starting to really move in toward Tallahassee here over the next little bit with some of these bands that'll start to really add on up. I know this mesoscale discussing from the Storm Prediction Center in this light blue circle area just a little while ago kind of tells the story. In this zone here, they're expecting maybe snowfall rate of about up to 1 inch per hour. So that is very significant. I mean, this is unbelievable type of stuff we're talking about. We're in alert mode to keep you guys safe and informed. In some ways, a lot of fun for sure. Seeing some videos pictured off toward the west about the snow. Expecting a lot of fun overall, in places that get more snow, but you still got to be careful. But we're expecting some ice here that could really add up in the overnight to early morning here toward parts of north central and northeast Florida, and even in the southeast Georgia as well. So you got to really be aware. There's a chance based on different temperature profiles that could, kind of also be a storyline that adds up toward Tallahassee and toward south central Georgia, but a little bit more of a question, but so many of us under a winter storm warning. This just doesn't happen around here, folks. You got to take it, seriously, but also if we get more snow, then any other types of precip here. That would definitely be something that you'll always remember out there as we're looking at things. But the accident aspect is kind of a give and take here because the ice part of things could be deadly. So this is unusual. In a hurricane or tornado, it's all bad. But in this, there's some good with the snow. But the freezing rain, can be really serious, can cause power outages as it accumulates on things. I know we have uh, the sleet that's not fun to deal with either, but that freezing rain, that's something that can be really, really bad. We're going to be here with you hour after hour, keeping you safe through the night on all the different platforms. Facebook, KC Cloud WX, Facebook there, Cloud Weather, Twitter /X at Cloud KC, YouTube at Cloud Weather. I know on Twitch Cloud Weather, and of course all those links are available on cloudweather.com, where you can go to the interactive radar on there as well. So such a historic event, obviously, as we're looking at things here in toward the Weather Center. It's all about keeping you guys safe and informed. So again, we're just trying to be here for you. It's just a one-man band, so I'm going to be trying to pull some stuff up while I'm talking to you guys. And right now, we do have a camera here out toward the Florida Panhandle. It's getting a little bit further off toward the west, maybe really into our area, but this shows the snow pretty well. I know we're going to have sunset pretty soon, so we want to try to really get to these cameras the best we can before it gets too late. It's a situation I know where some of these cameras are having some trouble loading. So I know it says 504 on the camera, so I'm not 100% sure if this is live or from a few minutes ago, but it still tells a story nonetheless. You can see some of that snow here in the shot on I-10 there. This is going to be mile marker 163.9. Looking there off toward the east, but you can kind of see it here behind me if you look. You kind of have to look pretty close, and it's kind of freezing up on us now. There's a lot of issues because so many people are trying to look at these traffic cameras, but at least giving you a little bit of a visual on what's going on out there. as we're dealing with the situation. I'll try to load some more, but they are very slow here in the system because there's just so much, really of a interest in this situation. This is, for some folks, a once in a lifetime event. We're seeing snow totals that we've not seen since the 1800s in Louisiana. Officially, the highest snow total we've ever seen in Florida around Molino just a little while ago. But a half foot of snow has fallen, and some of that's moving toward our area. We're not going to get all totals like that, but still very impressive. I know as we look back, just in the history books, there wasn't even in the 70s. There are unofficial reports of a little bit more, but like 6 or 8 inches in an event. I think it was around J, Florida, if I'm doing that right, remembering that off the top of my head. But as we're kind of looking at things, some areas could get 6, 8 inches out of this. I mean, those areas out of the west, I mean, the snow's not really stopping as we get out there. I mean, it's still coming on in. I'll switch it out of the winter mode for a moment. It's, kind of that light to moderate type of snow, but even a little bit heavier snow out here maybe as we're looking at things where it kind of mixes on in. I know some of this is kind of that mixed precip around Panama City maybe. I'm going to check our METARs here. Yeah, we're getting a report of ice pellets there at Tyndall Air Force Base up to the north, Panama City, northwest Florida Beaches International Airport is reporting light snow, however. And Mariana there, light snow off toward the west around the Tri-County Airport. It's snow there and some freezing fog, and then you have maybe even heavier snow out there as you're looking around Fort Walton Beach and off toward the north. So that is just extremely impressive, historic in nature here. I'm going to try to effort some camera shots, but again, there is just so much demand for these from the Florida 511 system. They are not loading very well. I've been trying here in the Weather Center to get them to load, the best I can, but we'll try to load one up and just go to a one that is available. But another point I want to make, we had our first, I believe, ever blizzard warning toward the Gulf Coast earlier this morning around Lake Charles because the winds were kicking up so much with the snow, the impressive totals. I mean, that is just unbelievable, on the Gulf Coast, blizzard warning. That stuff you hear about maybe in Boston, not in southern Louisiana, southeast Texas. But I know we're seeing winds about 43 reported around St. Augustine a little while ago. I doubt we'll get a blizzard warning for any of our counties, but maybe near blizzard-like conditions possible at points. So it's really, a situation where you're urged to stay off the roads here in this type of situation. I know it's just a historic one. It looks like stretches of the roads are just, really backing up here as we're looking at things are closed in some cases. Again, I'm trying to get the cameras up. They are just not loading here, unfortunately. But again, I know we're always watching our area, our 62 counties here, very, very carefully. We're just trying to keep you guys safe and informed. I know, Duval County, Jacksonville Airport, because of the concern about ice, there's going to be a period there where not having the flights. So that's a pretty interesting storyline there because there's just so much concern that ice can be so, hazardous, and it's something we're just not accustomed to dealing with. So, again, a very important storyline here, to be dealing with. This is just stuff you don't talk about in Florida and our area. I know probably go back to 1989 in terms of a storm system that could kind of equate to this. And then we had 2014, 2018, a little bit less widespread within our 62 counties per se before we were doing cloud weather. 2018, had a good amount of snow in parts of Georgia, Tallahassee just to trace. But, I mean, it just kind of varies here, as we're looking at things. It may have been something maybe a little bit, I can't remember if it was trace, but it wasn't very much. Speaking of a lot, though, there was a lot of ice in that 2014 event. We just got a camera to load. It is unbelievable on I-10. So let's go to it as quick as we can before it goes down on us. So let me go ahead and come back on camera here. Let me go ahead and come back on camera. This is a live look at I-10 in the Florida Panhandle. It took a while to load, but it did load here on the Florida 511 system. This is I-10 there at mile marker 52.5. I mean, if you didn't know anything, about the geography, if you didn't know any better, you'd think you're on Buffalo, New York. But no, this is the Florida Panhandle here, folks. This is live, and this is just incredible to see. I mean, these are, whiteout type conditions here. It looks like a Christmas card. Instead, we are seeing a winter storm, of epic proportions here, folks. Impact the Florida Panhandle. I mean, this is just remarkable as you're looking at this live right now here. Again, it's a little bit further out, in the Panhandle, only 52 miles into Florida here. Uh, and it's just a remarkable shot. I mean, it's in our area, but at some point, the cameras in our area could kind of look like this in the Florida viewpoints here. Now, it will be dark by the time it gets like this in our Florida counties. We can see the visuals. I mean, Georgia, some areas have already seen an inch plus. I know some reports come out of Southwest Georgia and our viewing circle. We don't necessarily have the camera shots there, but this is just incredible. I'm going to real quick take that away here, and then I'll come back to it in a moment. But what I want to do here, I just want to make sure that we're giving you the precise information on where that is. And I think, unfortunately, I think it caused the camera to go away. But nope, okay, some other ones are trying to load now. This system is very finicky here today. There's so much demand for these camera shots. We'll try to go out in little east of Milton. Well, it was trying to load there. Okay, I guess, unfortunately, it's just not. It's just there's, the whole country is looking at Florida and looking at Louisiana and some of these other states in between, parts of Georgia and parts of Alabama and Mississippi with just, the impressive images. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They just have to see it for themselves here. So that's why, the system just has so much demand. Let me see if I can get a shot in your Crestview, because I just have to kind of wait on it. Normally I can go right between them, jump between them. Here it takes like maybe a minute or two for it to even load up. So we're just going to get one ready at Crestview. We'll try to pull that up here soon. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and pull up our own camera before it gets dark here. East of Stark and Bradford County, looking off toward the west. I know, there could be some sleet pellets mixing in with some of this rain right now. We're getting some lighter rain. It's 40 degrees. We've dropped a pretty good bit here the last little bit. Wind's picking up to 16 miles an hour here, according to my sensors. So that is noteworthy here as we're looking. I don't see it a whole bunch on the camera, but you can definitely see some stuff blowing around a little bit. So, just trying to keep you covered from all angles here. This historic winter storm here. I'm going to try to talk through it for a while before we get to sunset. Well, we have all these images up, and then we're going to probably do an updates here, at least once an hour, but sometimes more often than that as we're getting new information in, new images in of this historic scenario. The plan is to be, with you through the night here, so please stick with cloud weather. This is a very, very big deal, obviously. Something that, in some folks' lifetime, this won't repeat itself. So, I mean, this is a big, big deal as we're tracking here. Let me go ahead and see what else we might have for you. Let me go ahead and go on over toward the Doppler again. So here you go. You can see Southwest Georgia around Bainbridge. They're getting snow right now, but according to the report, even though it shows up as snow here on the radar, the reports out of Quincy are actually, if you look at these little icons here, still showing as light rain right now, but it should switch over to snow here pretty soon. In Tallahassee, probably, maybe it'll be right after sunset, probably, when it really switches over. But I've seen, iconic images from years ago of snow around Tallahassee, and now gonna be seeing those again. All the students there playing in that snow. Just a remarkable situation. Stay safe, but have fun here. And, you're gonna remember this for the rest of your life. I mean, there's a lot of folks, they're coming up from South Florida. After school, they move back down to South Florida. This might be the one and only time in their entire life they're gonna see accumulating snow. That's how big of a deal this is here. Building a snowman, their only chance tonight, Tallahassee. That's how big of a deal this is as we're looking toward Leon County. So, again, they're going to get snow there. It's going to switch over. There's some questions further east, but Tallahassee, you're going to have snow. You should be able to build a snowman, at least, have enough for a snowball there for sure. So such a storyline. It does depend on the texture of it a little bit, but this is something historic. They had sleet balls back when I was there in 2014, but it wasn't snow. It was sleet and freezing rain. Snow should be a lot of fun here coming up. I mean, we're watching the temperatures drop. Let me go ahead and go to the temperature readings down to 39 in Tallahassee, but look at Quincy already down to 32. That cold air that's coming on in, right there in toward Leon County. This is a remarkable situation. The dew points, which, there are some different factors involved, but the general rule of thumb is that these can be how low the temperature can go. We're not going to get to 22, but it's a sign of the overall meteorological pattern becoming more favorable here, with everything added together for that snow here, for that wintry precipitation to come in. But you still got to be careful, but have fun here with this as well. Let me see if that camera side is loaded around Crestview. Has it loaded yet? I know our system, it looks like it's trying to load. I gotta render it one more time now because it'll load the image, which is remarkable, but then I want to try to get the actual live video feed, and I gotta wait a little bit longer. There's just such a high demand for this. The eyes of the meteorology world are on Florida tonight. This is a storyline we're going to be looking at for a long time. We'll be talking about this 10, 20, 30 years, 50 years from now. What's going on? This is around Crestview right now. Let's go ahead and pull this up. We're going to pull this up in our traffic source to the Florida 511 camera. Let me go ahead and go over there. This is Crestview here, folks. Look at this. The interstate is covered in snow in Florida. Just remarkable here. Absolutely remarkable. As we're looking at this live right now, I know we're way off to the east in Bradford County. We're not going to see this, but we could get a dusting of snow here in Bradford. As we're looking there, as we get later in toward the nighttime hours into the morning, but some areas further up could get more. This just froze up, but before I move away from this, I want to point out there are some folks, I don't know if those are just folks trying to maybe clear the road or whatnot, but you can see some folks out there right now on this side. Unfortunately, I don't think it's really the connection, because we're not seeing a lot of power outages. There's not a, ice storm out here, now toward our area there could be, but it's just a high demand for these camera shots here around the country. These are, just, historic sites. Never had anything like this on these traffic cameras before. Had a little bit of it in 2018, but to see the roads just covered in this in Florida is remarkable. So I know it's spinning it out of that feed, kind of going on out on us for now. But as we continue to watch here, let's go through some of the graphics here at this point in time. I'll get over to that. I'll check for questions as well. Check the power outage numbers. They're not too bad yet in the state. Not seeing any questions or comments yet, but I appreciate everybody tuning in and trusting me here in toward the Weather Center, as it's all about just keeping you guys informed here. I know we're watching everything, 4 to 62 counties here. And let me go ahead and I just, altered these just a little. I didn't really alter them too much from our coverage last night, but let me go ahead and jump on over here now, as our roads will be, obviously you just saw it out to the west, but roads will be dangerous during and right after the event. Under the main event today, still that wide range of totals possible. Some of the high-res models are still going pretty crazy with this, but we didn't adjust anything from last night in terms of forecast totals. But hopefully you hunker down in Tallahassee at this point. That timeline was a little early, but it's about to be turning here, folks. As I just see some of the climate reports come out, you always see nothing for snow today. It's something where we could have some in it, but it looks like it's missing. And a lot of these right now, they don't have the totals yet, but it's crazy to even have that, potential and, occurrence of snow here in the Sunshine State. I'm looking here at all my different sources. But just it's important to make sure your emergency supply kit is up to date for areas further east like Stark. You still got a couple more hours here to prepare for this event. I know it's rainy, I know it's wet, but generally we're not seeing, it's not to the freezing point yet, 39.6 degrees. So You could have a flurry mix in or some sleet mixing in, but you're not going to have the really dangerous weather yet. So you still got a little bit more time to prepare. Not much so around Stark, where we're at here in Bradford County, but power outage is possible where the ice threat, really materializes. Just consider stocking up on items. If you haven't already in like Stark, you got in Jacksonville, you got St. Augustine to some degree though. The threat's a little lower there, but just consider stocking up on items like milk and bread, and you may need these extra blankets, especially with some power outages. McClinney, you guys could be at more risk than almost anybody for the ice in western Nassau County too. Areas like Callahan and Hilliard. So significant freezing ice, freezing rain, ice storm type situation occurs that could lead to major damage to trees and power equipment. And we could have many accidents, probably would, and bridges will be very slick. Major roads may shut down. And you got to just watch out for slick spots and slip and falls are possible. And in addition, as temperatures warming, watch out for potentially deadly falling ice. I know house fire is more common in this type of scenario. There's a danger to space heaters and candles, and also could have problems with the pipes here too. Those could be something that bursts, so it's important to take precaution. I know the sun's going down about now, but if you're, in an area where it's not too crazy, I know it's cold out there, but if you don't have the wintry precip really getting going yet, maybe last chance here to kind of cover some of that stuff up here to try to protect it. But some of our area, the time has already run out, obviously. Off toward the north and west, it's just too wintry out there. We haven't probably focused quite enough on Southwest Georgia. So, because we don't have the camera such, but our area getting that snow. So I'll get back to the graphics in a minute. But let's focus a little more on Southwest Georgia, Albany and Blakely. You're getting snow here. It happens a little bit more often, but it doesn't happen that often up there. It is snowing right now in Southwest Georgia, Dougherty County. You have it in parts of Decatur County. That snowfall coming on down here. These indicators mean that snow's actually happening. And you now see in Gadsden County, we've now looks like maybe switched over to that snow and that indicator a few minutes ago. We could see it was rain. Even though the radar showed it a little ahead, it's now we're getting reports of snow now in Gadsden County. Really starting moving on our western Florida zones now with the reports. Liberty's probably been getting a little bit more so, but Gaston quite a bit more populated than Liberty, and we're really starting to get that snow now to move on in here. It's a lot better than freezing rain and better than sleet as well. But Tallahassee, it's gonna be your turn here to get snow very soon. All those students, maybe if you didn't come back because they, do have the day and tomorrow off from classes, but a lot of folks there are going to enjoy. That's going to be a, memorable event here. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I know, got to watch out for some ice involved too, but the snow, what a story. I know Bradford County Public Schools closed tomorrow where we're at here for the event. A little bit more of an ice threat toward like Stark and Bradford County. So that's something to be very mindful of as we're continuing to look at things, continuing to track the situation here, trying to keep you safe and informed. Let me go ahead and keep looking at things here right now in the Weather Center. I'm just checking some of my information. Let's see if we can get a camera up in Gadsden County, at least get it loaded. It's going to take a while because there are some issues with these. They're just not wanting to load very good on us tonight. But we'll try to get that process started and kind of, you must have to put a request in at this point. It's kind of what it is. But as we're going to go ahead now and go on over toward our graphics. This is the forecast that I went with last night. I didn't want to change it at this point. It's going to be something where some areas will get a little bit higher, a little lower, but we talked about the wintry precip probable somewhere within our 62 counties between noon today and noon tomorrow. That still holds true. I mean, at some points like now, it's really starting to pick up in some of our, western Big Bend counties, it would seem. Southwest Georgia seen a pick up for a while. I mean, you see the forecast is 2 to 4 inches of snow in Southwest Georgia. About Dosta there, we're talking about a situation where we could have, a few 10-7 inch there of ice, which is problematic. Lake City in that same boat. So is Jacksonville and Brunswick. Gainesville slightly less maybe, but it's going to be a quarter that gets to quite a bit, and then a quarter that didn't probably get that much. So something to keep in mind here. I know Palm Coast a little bit better, obviously, with the overall threat potential here, but you know, just looking at a place like Stark here, extrapolating out, you know, snow here, you know, we could get upwards maybe a half to three-quarters of an inch, the best case scenario for that. Uh, but it's a situation where it could be more about flurries. Some models are still going more, so but that's just my thinking here. I mean, the official forecast is, you know, a little bit more pessimistic than that, but think if anything we could get it switching over the back side of things tomorrow morning as the system moves away. If we don't have it, you know, switching in there at points in the night, I think we probably would. But sleet could be something that adds up too because some models are so aggressive and they may be factoring the sleet here some more too. But the ice, you know, about 3/10, you know, 3.5 tenths, not out of the question. That'd be bad. Over a quarter of an inch, you know, really is where you could have trees and power lines fall. We're not seeing that in the west. That's why things, you know, they look so good out there. But the overall atmospheric profile could be more favorable for it. So instead of the really fun situation, you know, some of the areas to the west could have, to the east, not as fun, a lot more dangerous, potentially deadly, depending on how this sets up. So we gotta factor that in. I mean, I hate to, you know, talk about the negative so strongly here when the starter is beautiful in some areas here, but you know, that's no, but we gotta be really mindful of what is happening here as we're looking to different kinds of precip. You know, that freezing rain is something that freezes on contact with the surface here. And that is just not what you want to see. But this is what you want to see, like what happened back in 1977 in Bradford County. 3 inches of snow, I know, around Stark was reported in that event. This is in Hampton photos from family, and you can even see some footprints in the snow. If we got something like that, and with less ice, that would be remarkable. It's not completely off the table here at this point. You know, not as likely, but you know, it's not completely off the table that that scenario could somehow arise where we get, you know, more than what I'm saying, you know, three-quarters of an inch. You know, it's definitely possible. There's a chance we don't get any snow to mix in at all. That's still on the table too. So it's a wide-ranging type of situation here as we're looking, as we're tracking. Let's give a different perspective on this right now because we do have some different kind of reports from the other source here, the MPENE reports. These are like public reports, and there are some public reports of some snow mixing in around Tallahassee now. According to this, we don't, you know, just had to meet we have public reports here as well. And it's still daylight, so it's to be easier to identify some of the wintry weather for folks out in it. So let me go ahead and I'll switch away from that graphic mode. We'll get on over to our radar scopes. That's the one look. But let's jump to radar scope right now. And you see the green here, but then you see these snowflake indicators. These indicate some snow reports. 531, some snow grapple there. Same here, north side of Tallahassee. 534, 537, 5:39 p.m. So we're maybe getting that changeover now, but then this here at 5:27 is more mixed. And you kind of see here just the variety as we get further down to like Woodville, mixed ice pellets and snow. Northwest of Crawfordville, we're getting maybe some snow or gravel to mix on in there. So you kind of get the idea, but as you look further off toward like Madison and ice pellets and sleet, but not the snow mixing in there, but a lot of rain mixing, you know, more than anything. I don't have the reports to the east yet. We're not seeing anything like that further east. I know last night we did have some reports out of Suwannee County of some mixed type, you know, precip, maybe even some of that overall snow coming on into the picture there as we're looking at things, you know, actual flurries being reported and then Baldwin, some sleet being reported there. So, you know, we're keeping our eyes on every tool that we have in the toolkit here tonight to keep you safe and informed. Let's go up to Southwest Georgia. I mean, you see all the snow up there, heavier bands at times. You know, obviously some snow there around Bainbridge, some there getting in toward Moultrie and Albany and Colquitt and Blakely, Aspern there on I-75, Tifton. You're getting snow here right now. It's happening here, folks. That changeover, you know, trying to take effect as we get further over toward the east here over the next little bit. But again, continuing to track all this here for you in the Weather Center This is our look here at things in our backyard, per se. You can see here as we're kind of looking, you do see it's getting closer to sunset now. So we'll try to get some videos in. It may not be live, but pictures, videos of what we get here. Might even have some different things ready in case we get sleet and or the snow. I'll just maybe go outside, grabbing and gloving and cut even in between our hourly updates to try to give you that visual of what's happening here. Try to give you the latest. I'll just come up right in front of the wall here. I have a glove on, and I'll just be able to present it to you guys here as we grab it there. Just get that on there real quick and then jump back off, because it probably won't be too fun to have in the hand too long. I mean, the last time I saw legitimate snow, we had some flurries in 2010 here in Bradford County, and then we also had a situation where I was at FSU's, really, renegade type of flurries, maybe 2016, but it'll be the first time I really had snow since living back in Texas 25 or so years ago, 25 plus years ago. So it's crazy to be thinking about here as we're looking at things, as we're seeing it. All these years we waited for this, but we got to be really careful because this can still be deadly with the ice mixing in as well. Waiting for this in the 62 counties here for so long. And a lot of us getting to snow right now here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things, as we give you guys the very latest information. So, again, just trying to give you the visuals. I'm excited in Gadsden County now, so let's go ahead and pull this up. We got a camera shot there for you. So let me go ahead and jump. This is our camera shot, but it's camera shot out west. I hope our shot looks like this tomorrow morning when it's daylight, with the flurries in there. But let's take you out to that live shot. So here you go. Florida 511 perspective in Gadsden County. This is live here, folks. We have snow falling in our Florida counties here. Gadsden County, just west of Tallahassee. You see the snow? You see it starting to build up a little bit, starting to accumulate in the median. Not as much so far, doesn't look like on the road, maybe a little bit, but these elevated surfaces would be the spots to have that accumulate first. There, and then bridges, of course, but then the road will start to probably be covered like it is out of the west pretty soon, and the crews are trying to do their best to keep things as clear as possible. But these are remarkable images here. This is Gadsden County in our western zone, just west of Tallahassee. We have snow happening live. Again, we got to watch out for the ice. Right now we're not seeing that too much, but points we're going to have that threat. Folks, got to be careful here. Don't want to be going too fast in this deal, because you still, it could be a patch of black ice even that kind of sends you wayward here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation. This is just remarkable stuff. I know you might be watching from Missouri or Minnesota, North Dakota, Iowa. You're thinking, this isn't nothing. For Florida, it is. Now to the west, we saw that actually something out there. Even if you're up north, which is crazy to think about, and the ice could be very much a problem later on, the ice storm elements here that we're concerned about later on tonight. But this is a live shot out of Gadsden County on I-10. We're there looking off to the northeast. This is eastbound mile marker 178.1 there. So looking toward the Ben Bostic Road area. Again, this is a live look at snow happening in the Sunshine State. We're right before sunset here, pretty much. And just trying to give you these live images on how the conditions are impacting folks here. Just seeing these winter weather storylines come into play. So, again, something, out of a Christmas card, out of a Christmas movie happening in Florida here tonight. But you got to watch out for the ice, too. This could still turn very tragic. So even though there's a lot of fun elements to this, something you remember for a lifetime in a good way, we don't want you to remember this because of something that happened in a bad way. You don't want to remember this for the rest of your life because of a tragedy that occurred. So you got to be really careful. Really urge not to be on the roads here, because this could really start to pile up pretty quickly here. Again, you see this in football games up north, Philadelphia or something along those lines, buffalo over, time here. Instead, we're seeing this in our own yards here, in our own counties in Florida. We've seen it in Georgia some too. I don't really have the images to be able to pull up live with the videos there, but even more so in our Southwest Georgia communities, where we're seeing the live images here out of Florida, the winter storm warning, conditions here in play, lasting into tomorrow morning. And again, this is just a live look at the overall snow. Something folks are just going to always remember here as we're looking at things. Let's go ahead, though, and move it off of this camera shot right now. I want to stick with it for a little longer than I normally would, since this, again, we're just trying to have to pull those up the best we can here because there's just such high demand for the images. But that was, out there in the Florida Big Bend, per se, or Western Big Bend counties, as we're looking at things. Let me go ahead and now get our computer model guidance here ready. By the way, a reporter on Pensacola, 5 inches of snow in downtown Pensacola now has been reported out there. But I want to get our model guidance ready so I can kind of say what to expect here, in the next several hours, what the anticipation is. So as we kind of look at this, so we're just going to go ahead and switch that on into play right now. I know we have the storm reports on here, the current report. I'll leave those up so I can keep tabs on them as we're talking in case some noteworthy stuff really comes into the system. But and mesoscale discussing the Tallahassee's vicinity now for heavy snow, which is just, crazy to think about here. That just is coming across. Let's see if it kind of, maybe it picks in the gap there. Let's see. Okay, yeah, it kind of does right along the coast of Panama City. Some areas could get an inch plus of snow in an hour in that zone out here as we're looking at things. But let's go ahead and continue to watch the situation here as we continue to track. I'm going to see if we have any questions real quick, so just bear with me. I know we have a lot of folks tuning in for this special coverage because it's such a big deal. And let's go ahead and see what we might have here. Again, this is, what the model was showing at 5, so it has a little bit of the snow accent. It was interpreted a little bit further east than where it was, but that's probably about where it is now based on some of those reports. Those current reports we're getting in on our MPENE data, public reports. So that's kind of the storyline there. As we continue to watch, continue to track, continue to progress, you see maybe more of a mixing here, and that could lead to ice and sleet becoming more prevalent. So you got to be careful. This is, getting out here at about 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. You see it starting to really move in further into southeast Georgia, and Lake City's right on the edge. And 9 o'clock, McClenny and, Callahan and Yulee and Hilliard, you're starting to get into this. And then you see the snow really start to become more prevalent after maybe that mixing further back. So there could be some ice in between there, mixing slippery while you're trying to have fun further out toward the west. But then you see all that pink hanging around, and that's not what you really want to see because that can indicate a lot of icing, freezing rain potentially, which could start to lead to power outages, trees to fall. It can lead, obviously to slip and falls if people are out, car accidents. Just the power lines have too much ice on them. They could fall in and of themselves if a tree doesn't fall on it or a limb doesn't fall. So we gotta just hope we don't get too much of that. You see here the snow that's still hanging around could be pretty heavy in like Hamilton County there. This is around 1 a.m. 2 a.m. you see Camden County. You see maybe it says sleet in Bradford and Clay there in the purple. You kind of see here, just continue to watch. You see snow there in Baker County. That's 4 or 5 in the morning. Lake City getting snow. You see Lake Butler getting snow. That's about 6 a.m. And then it really starts moving to Jacksonville and Stark about 7 a.m. If we haven't, it might mix in first. I mean, because there are some data points here, and that are really tricky with this. And I'm jumping around in some of the models, but let me just jump this back a little bit because every hour it updates on us. But I mean, it gets kind of tricky here because you do have some variability with this says that it's a snow here for Stark, even though it could be a situation where stuff is kind of mixed with other kinds of precip. So we'll see how it kind of progresses here on us as we look ahead in toward the timeline. That is for sure. As we continue to watch, continue to track here, continue to give you the latest. You're now seeing freezing rain reported there. It looks like at Tyndall Air Force Base. So Tyndall Air Force Base now reporting freezing rain, and that's not what you want to see. That can be very hazardous. That can be very problematic, obviously. Now up to the north, getting reports of heavy snow there. There around Chipley and Graceville, heavy snow there. You see Tallahassee's official report is now switched over to snow. So let's see if we can get some visuals from the Florida 501 perspectives out here toward the east. Let's see if we can pull some of our shots up. I'll see if I can get one here. It may be still at points a little harder to see some of this. I'm not sure, but we'll try to see if we can effort a shot here. Some of this might not be quite as clear, but we'll go to mile marker 196 maybe. Looks like some of them loading a little quicker right now. Okay, it just went away on us again, but you get the idea. Let's go ahead. We'll try again here. It's a lot harder to make out. I'm not really seeing much, but we'll try to look at it together. There may be some flurries in here. This is toward Tallahassee or Mission Road. So we'll try to look at it together because it's not as obvious. There definitely seems to be a little reduced visibility. So there could be some lighter flurries here as we're looking. And I just saw one that looked like kind of, I see a few now as I'm looking really close. I have to look really close to the shot. But yeah, I'm seeing some blowing on in now as we're looking at this live with you. In Leon County, some snow, not as impressive as Gadsden. But yeah, you can definitely see some of that coming on in there as you look a little bit longer at it. Toward our Tallahassee zone there, Leon County, getting some snow here right now. We're looking at things live on the air with you at this hour. So, some remarkable shots here. Let me go ahead and move away from this one since it did seem like the system wanted to be a little bit more cooperative here with these cameras, and that maybe less people are on it, or maybe there's a little bit more room now for more. We'll try to jump to more of these before sunset if we can. Okay, mile marker 114. Okay, let's go out here. This is further west. I'll go ahead and look at this shot now. This is further out in the panhandle, but look at all that snow. That's not in our area, but some of our area in Florida is going to look like this at points here later tonight, probably, toward Tallahassee, give or take. And Georgia's already looking like this in some of our zones there. Albany, already seeing that snow really accumulate here. This historic event. You can see, though, this is mile marker 114 here. You see folks trying to make it through. I mean, this looks like Ohio. This does not, or Pennsylvania, or somewhere like that. I mean, this does not look like Florida, but that's what is happening. We're going to be watching this covered back in 10, 20, 30 years. This historic moment. Folks are going to always remember when they had their first snowman or their first snowball fight or their, first sled down the hill. Still, you got to be very careful, though, in those instances. That can still be very dangerous, especially if there's ice mixing in. But, with sledding down a hill and as it gets dark, of course, might be something where it makes it a little trickier. And tomorrow you got to watch out for some of the, ice in areas that could be falling off a building or something like that as we start to have the daytime heating. So there are some hidden hazards. We really got to be careful with it. It's not like a hurricane where it's all bad. A tornado's all bad. This is not all bad, but it can be really bad in some cases here. There's, it can be a lot of fun to have, but it can be a lot of danger here as well. So again, just play it safe. Try to hunker down. You're at home. You can just kind of step outside in the light. There's some folks look like with the flashers on, and it looks like maybe a whole group coming back behind here through the snow in the Florida Panhandle tonight as we're looking at things here live on the air, trying to make it through. I mean, just something, some of these folks probably are just amazed by here right at that 5 o'clock Central Time hour out there. Another vehicle trying to, make it through here. This stuff you can kind of, if you know what you're doing, make it through. But as we get more ice and as we get dark tonight, the roads may just get shut down, in some of the areas further east. Ice so much more dangerous than the snow here in a lot of cases. Ice very, very bad, as it starts to accumulate. Snow can be very, very fun though, as we're looking at things. So it's, not something you're around here, Stark. It's not something we talk about really much at all, but we're talking about it tonight. It's happening tonight. And let's go ahead right now and switch to some different visuals here. So that's one of them. Let's keep switching here as we have the opportunity to. We're able to get some of these up here as we're right near sunset, that time frame. Let's go out toward an area that's a little more elevated, around mile marker 98 there. So, we're getting out there. Let me give you the perspective on that. So we're looking, I want to try to give you guys an identifier, a little east of Definiak Springs. Okay, a little east of Definiak Springs, a little west of Bonifay is where we're going to be looking here. So let me go ahead and pull this camera shot up right now as we're pulling the visual in. This is a live look at the overall situation here. And this got to be scary. This has got to be scary for folks going on an elevated surface like this. In Florida. Just gotta hope you don't get a slick spot there and start to slide, because that can be very, very concerning, obviously, as we're tracking the scenario. They're going a little bit slower out here, thankfully, but this is just a winter wonderland here in toward the Sunshine State. So again, just continuing to give you these thoughts, as we get toward the sunset, taking more effect here as things get darker. They start to be a lot harder to, really be able to see stuff on. We'll kind of go to more hourly updates unless we're getting reports or something really remarkable coming in here that we just need to pop in for at once. There's a lot of remarkable things happening tonight, though, for sure. But, certain things will trigger us to come back in. But otherwise, I'll be on at the top of every hour here, keeping you safe on this stream and probably another stream here we'll have to switch to after we get past about 8 hours or so later on in toward the nighttime hours. So, again, that's the shot there right now. Let's go ahead and jump away from that one. We'll keep effort in some here. Let's get down toward Panama City if we can, somewhere in that area. We'll try to get as close as we can. So it's a little north, but this is southwest of Youngstown there. Just northeast of Panama City. Really, we're getting the snow to come down. We don't have a shot right at the coast, but we do have this traffic camera shot for you. Loading on, and I got it up. So here you go. There's that shot right now. Look at that. As we're down with it, it does look slick out there. Look at these tire marks. You gotta be really careful because you could slide here very easily. As down there does seem to be a little bit more of that freezing rain trying to mix in based on some of the reporting. So, these are just remarkable images here tonight. This is, as we're looking just northeast of Panama City right now, in the Florida Panhandle, giving you that visual of the situation, the winter weather conditions taking place here, taking on place as we're getting out there at this present time. So let's go ahead and keep looking at more of these. So again, just absolutely remarkable. Again, I'm a one-man band here, so I have to do this live, kind of on the fly here. Okay, where else do we want to go with this? I'm just jumping all around to give you the visuals. Let's go out further, right at the beginning of Florida. Let's go out there, right? The first camera in Florida, Alabama-Florida line. Oh, my goodness. It is just absolutely, it looks like, what you would see in Ohio or one of those states up there, New York State. This is, right when you're moving from Alabama on the I-10 into Florida. This is a live look at the interstate, or, you can't even see it really. Look at it, just completely covered in snow here. We're talking about a half foot of snow in some of these areas here into our Florida, and some of that's headed in, and we saw the signs of it starting to move into our Florida County, the viewing circle in Georgia. We're seeing, already reports of an inch plus up there, an inch an hour rates. That could be adding up even more than that at this point. But you to see, I mean, this is just a remarkable, I mean, this is something we, it could be decades again before we see something like this. This is like a solar eclipse here, folks, for folks in the Sunshine State, like a total solar eclipse here, pretty much. That's how rare something like this is. This is just absolutely remarkable. As we're doing with this, as we're tracking, you do see a car coming through here as we're looking live right now in the Florida 501 perspective. But again, it kind of moves off, into the night here at this point as we're looking out there. So again, just trying to give you that look here at that. I know, by the way, I probably can't make it out too good, but my tie here has, if folks are familiar with like American Meteorological Society ties, this is one of them here with some of the METAR indicators like for snow and freezing rain. It's something that, I wear it occasionally, but you don't have all those types of precip in Florida, but we're having those, right now. We're having those tonight. So such a remarkable situation here as we're dealing with it. All the different indicators. You see those here, and those are, just something you never see this. You get a flurry in Florida. It's a big deal. We've had 6 inches of snow, give or take, reported in some of Florida. Half foot of snow in the Sunshine State. Record-breaking historic snow here, folks. Unbelievable. Let's go ahead and continue here looking at some of our different angles here of this. We're losing daylight. We're losing it fast here. We're past sunset. But we're out here east of dark. So let's see. We'll go out just east of Tallahassee, see if we start to see some snow mixing in. There may be a little bit here at this point. It's kind of hard to tell. It looks, there's some white spots. It could just be the dead grass and the like, though. But I'll just go ahead and pull this one up. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation, trying to let you know exactly how things are going. Don't really see too many flurries at this point, but that's definitely going to change. We're going to have to watch out for ice here as well, as this will be moving in quicker and quicker here, as we get going. Wintry weather, the sunset, allowing things, to cool. I know the sun wasn't out in a lot of places, but, the daytime heating, that goes away and helps things, with this cold air coming in, rushing in, helps things to switch over pretty fast. I know we're down to 39 here east of Stark, by the way. Keeping my eyes on that. Let's see what we can try to find in Lower Tallahassee. Looks like there's some cameras there. Are any of these working right there near the university? Or at least maybe this may be closer to emergency management. Let me look here. The DOT area. Most of these aren't working, but I think there is one that's working, so let's go ahead and pull it up. Yeah, honestly, I don't really see. That's interesting. I don't really see too much yet. This is going to be there a little bit further into Tallahassee. I just pulled it up for you guys on the Florida 501 perspective. Again, it looks more like just wetness right now. There may be some flurries in here, but we're not really seeing too much of that there in that part of town yet. It doesn't look like just that local variability. Some spots it's a little warmer still here, but I know we're gonna freeze, so we're gonna have the freezing rain, the sleet, the snow. But my point being here is that you see all this white stuff. That's definitely gonna be icy no matter what. As we're looking at things, we're gonna have the precip, but even if you didn't have more, it's going to be below 32. That's going to be slick. That can be dangerous. But black ice. So let's go ahead and move away from this shot here, though. Continue to look here at more. Continue to try to give you some more visuals. Let's go out toward Midway. Out toward Gadsden County a little bit. Let's try to switch on over here. Just 1 second. Again, just looking at these visuals. Just trying to give you the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, you can kind of see here The snow kind of on the side of the road, kind of in the medium. We're not seeing a whole bunch of accumulation on the road here right now. At this point, I don't see much fall at this very moment, at least here at 6:10, this evening. So let's go ahead and keep efforting some more of these shots. Again, some of these will still be okay to be able to look at after dark. Others will be a lot harder to make things out. So, try to get some of these shots for you here. Let's get back out toward Quincy, where it's a lot more evident the wintry weather on some of the shots back at the mile marker 179. So let's go on over here. That's a lot more evident further back in Gadsden County. That wintry precipitation, that snow coming down here and accumulating here in our Florida counties. So pretty remarkable. Let's just keep looking at some of these shots. I'll go further out here. Let's see. Let's go toward maybe Mariana. Yeah, Mariana. Let's go ahead and pull up a camera shot. Oh, wow. That looks like a winter wonderland there. My goodness. Mariana and Jackson County. Let's go ahead and kind of look at this shot here right now. Look at that shot in Mariana and Jackson County. I've been in that area before, and what an absolute shot that is with all that snow that's accumulated on the overpass here per se. And that really is, treacherous. Obviously, that is not, something that's fun. You see folks underneath going pretty slow. Look at all that snow there on this in Jackson County, just west of the viewing circle around Mariana. It's absolutely remarkable here. Images that we're getting right now. Some folks trying to brave the elements. As the ice comes in, though, we could be seeing accidents happen live on the air later tonight, further east toward north central and northeast Florida and in southeast Georgia. Could even be the eastern Big Bend as well, where we have the icing really come into play, the mixing of the temperature profile that causes a lot of problems. Instead of the snow, that's one thing. The ice is something entirely different. So, again, this is Jackson County there around Mariana. I mean, you're probably looking at this and saying, what in the world? I mean, I went through here after Hurricane Michael, and this is not a hurricane, folks, but it's something, meteorologically about as remarkable, but obviously a lot funner in a lot of ways. Of course, some ways you still have problems, though. Obviously, that ice potential, as we've been alluding to many times, and we have to continue to allude to, just really want to stay off the roads if you can. Let's go ahead and look away from that shot for now, though, as we continue along. We're going to go to some of the other shots here on the radar. Some more different views, even the wind's kicking up a little. So let's go to the wind numbers here. You see 15, 20 miles an hour, give or take, with some of these readings. So as we get ice to come into play, that could actually add even more problems to the picture, even though the power outage numbers are not high yet. As we get the icing, more of that pinks and purple, more of the pinks and purple accent to show up. That's when you have problems. The white here, is the snow. The green is the rain, according to the Doppler interpretation of things at this hour. So again, South Georgia, look at all of our different counties getting the snow, all the different communities, Dawson, Blakely, Albany, Camilla, Moultrie, Tipton, Adel, Thomasville, Bainbridge, even starting to get into about Austin now. And you see in Jefferson County, you didn't see it too much on the cameras, but you see some of the snow you see around Crawfordville. I know one thing we'll be looking for here, you see the communities, but let's switch out, some of the stuff here in the yellow. That could be a lot heavier snow coming into Tallahassee. It's one thing to have the lighter snow, but, we saw the images out of Mariana. Let me see if we can kind of dial this back. I'm curious to see, if they got some of that up there. That might be, around Bluntstown. We don't have maybe as many cameras, but I got to think here that's going to be some pretty heavy snow that comes in toward Tallahassee here, but in northern Liberty County, it's probably a whiteout type condition here right now in those rural areas. But this is kind of headed off toward Tallahassee here, because you look and this yellow, you normally look at this for rain, but instead the green is a lighter snow. The yellow, the orange is the red. That's heavier snow trying to take effect, at least moderate, but those red areas are heavier snow, I don't know the wording really. It's those squalls, snow accent, whatever you want to call it. Coming in here to some very highly populated areas like Tallahassee over the next little bit. So, some of the different radars will show it a little different, but that all being snow like that, unless it really starts to switch over to ice, which is not completely out of the question, but it's gonna be heavy winter precipitation coming in toward Tallahassee. I know we're already seeing reports northwest of Dothan, around Troy, 4.5, almost 5 inches of snow there. In southwest Georgia, I know you see all these areas here. I go to the radar out of southeast Alabama, and it doesn't show quite as heavy, but it's still a consistent snow coming down in these areas. It would seem, at least. I'm not as used to looking at snow on radar, especially these radars. But it would seem a pretty consistent snow. Bainbridge to Colquitt there, Donaldsonville right now. Again, with this winter storm situation, again, just trying to keep you up to date on what's going on. Further to the east right now, we're not getting the snow really, though in our far northwestern Jacksonville area counties, it may be starting to switch into snow now around areas there like in Ware County, northwestern Ware County may be starting to switch to snow right now. Clinton County may be starting to switch into snow there too, just in terms of that overall situation. So again, we're going to continue to watch. Let's see the effect of this in the Gulf here. We see Franklin County, again, Liberty, that's some pretty heavy snow there. So just really a big deal. I know soon we're going to be wrapping this update up, and we'll come back at 7 Eastern unless we need to cut back in sooner. I know in severe coverage we say unless there's like a tornado warning. Well, there's not going to be a tornado warning out of this. But still, if there's something more imminent, we get just some really pertinent news, pertinent images will come in. I do have the ability to put some of the traffic cameras up at points here when we're in between updates. I can pop some of those. I'll pop some of those up there more than likely in between some of our updates here as well, so you guys get a visual of what's going on in some of these communities. Such a big deal here, obviously, as we're tracking it, as we're monitoring the situation. A historic scenario at that. Very, just mind-boggling what's happening, rivaling some of the big winter weather events we've ever seen here. You think of 89, you think of 77, those years, and now 2025, gonna go down in the history books here, obviously, with the winter weather in play. Let's pull up power outage numbers real quick, and then I'll wrap it for now. We'll come back at 7, but let's go ahead and kind of check some of these. On the Paradise.us map, they're not bad at all yet. As I'm looking here behind the scenes, and I'll show it to you guys here soon, they are not bad yet, but that could change here with the ice, and this could change very quickly here. We really want the snow, and that would, be a lot funner, it'd be a lot less dangerous. Still can be, though, since folks aren't used to dealing with it, but only about 2,872 customers in the dark. I know as we get colder, you really don't want to lose power. But some may. I mean, if you have to be out on the roads, take a blanket with you. I know my late dad did that back in Texas in the late 90s there. He'd always have a blanket, just in case there was some wintry weather where they got, where he got stranded on the road. Just always trying to be prepared in case, it was just too cold there with, traffic at a standstill, and then having maybe, either keep the vehicle off or actually the battery goes dead or something. There's all sorts of things that can go wrong in a situation like this. So you got to be prepared as we're looking at this, as we're tracking. I'm on the power outage map. We do have about 693 customers without electricity in Santa Rosa County right now, 915 customers out in Escambia County. Not too many toward our area right now. You saw one in Leon, and not many at all. The wind not too bad, thankfully, with all this. You see Columbia, a couple, just really random here right now. Pull up the country, and, California's having some problems there. Ohio has some outages. There's a wildfire and power, issue concern there. I know I haven't double checked it, but I would think probably some of that's just because they want to turn off the power in case the wind's too high. And really, if it's too high, then that way the power lines aren't electrified, and the wildfire threat that still goes on there with them Really, nasty conditions. I know Texas, they had all that winter weather earlier, but it's more snow than anything. Not like what we had back in 2021, but only 9,967 customers died in that state, according to Paradise.us. 4,689 out in Louisiana. Mississippi, just a handful. Alabama, a couple thousand. Georgia, just a handful. But, we just got to be careful because this could, if we get the icing like some of the models suggest, where it gets to like a quarter inch. I saw it in 2018 towards Lake City. It wasn't overwhelming, but if we get more ice than we did back then, which at the most was about a quarter inch, this is more than that. We could really see this number, escalate in Florida to like 10,000 and 20,000 and maybe like 50,000 customers, something like that, or even worse in the dark, depending on how things, transpire. If it's all snow, not going to go up too much. If it's ice, you have problems, big problems, because things start, happening in a very adverse way really quickly with the electrical equipment. The lines start falling because there's too much ice, for them to be able to carry. They get, too heavy. You have tree limbs start falling on them, and you have accidents and folks crashing into power poles and the like. So it really can go downhill fast. That's why we want you to be, hunkering down. That's why we continue to allude to it here. In toward the weather center as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation. We're in alert mode. We're not going anywhere. We're going to take a break right now. I'm on standby to cut back in at once, but otherwise I'll be back at 7 o'clock with another update here in the Weather Center as we just continue to give you the latest on this winter weather event. For the history books here, folks. A winter weather event here for the Sunshine State, for area, for the history books. So, again, a very big deal. I see some reports on YouTube now that I checked. AJ saying snowing in Tallahassee. John B saying snow in the community of Century, Florida. So again, that just adds to the storyline here that we've been talking about, the wintry weather conditions, and we're just trying to stay on top of them here to inform you, protect you, your friends, and your family. And we'll be back with another update here at 7 o'clock. So 7 o'clock sharp, we'll be back on unless we need to pop back in earlier. So for now, we'll leave you with the radar. We post some camera images from time to time. Winter storm warning for most of our area continues. There's a winter weather advisory even in the Levy County, believe it or not, now. So, almost everybody under winter weather alerts. We have the cold air. It's going to be even colder after all this comes through even. You're going to have, freezing conditions, hard freezes, hard freezing conditions and the like. So that can really lead to pipe issues coming up too. Especially in areas that get the snow. It's going to keep temperature down already with the snowpack. And there's a small chance going into Thursday because we're already so cold with the snowpack. Some precip that's around instead of rain, it could be, light freezing rain or sleet or something that pops back into the area. So that's something to talk about later on. But for now, we'll be back with another update at 7 o'clock. Stay safe out there. Stay informed with the latest on this winter storm warning, this historic event, this winter weather alert.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock, as we continue to watch this historic winter storm impact our area here. You see all that snow here toward areas like Albany there, even toward Gadsden County as well. Such a event that we're going to be talking about for so long here into the future. I mean, a lot of areas still hadn't got into it yet, but most of our area here under a winter storm warning. So, it's just pretty remarkable as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the overall scenario here. It's just something that is just, once in a generation, if not even less of a reoccurrence here. So, that's why we're on top of it here with the latest coverage, just trying to keep you informed on everything that is happening with this event under that winter storm warning, just to kind of get you the latest county information. I mean, that is for all of our counties here, with the exception of Flagler, and then also then you have St. John's there. There, along with Putnam, Marion, and Levy, there's a winter weather advisory in place coming up. So that's kind of a storyline there as we're tracking things. Otherwise, winter storm warning in play. Just something that we're going to be continuing to follow along with here through the evening hours. So I'll come back on camera now as we just continue to give you guys the very latest here on how things are transpiring. And let's go ahead right now and look at this the Doppler a little bit more in detail. So we'll go ahead and zoom on in here. You see Quincy, that looks like some pretty heavy snow there in toward Gadsden County. So I'll try to pull up some of the traffic cameras here, like what we were doing a little bit earlier on. I know since we went off, got a report of snow in Pelham, Georgia here from Nicole watching along on YouTube. I appreciate everybody tuning in there on the different platforms, and for AJ, John, and Nicole giving me the reports about snow in Tallahassee, so snow in Century, Florida, and then snowing in Pelham, Georgia. So important to keep an eye on all the different storylines. As I know we just continue to track everything here for you. It looks like there's a report now of a major car crash in Gadsden County on the interstate there, I-10, mile marker 185. The left lane is blocked, so that's not what you want to hear about there. That's according to Florida 511. And let's give you an idea of some of these conditions right now in our area. The traffic camera that looks to be closest to that right now, we'll kind of go ahead and pull that on up now. I do have it up, and here you go. That is just not fun to be dealing with here. Those type of treacherous conditions. The storyline right now there in toward Gadsden County. It is just not fun to be out and about tonight if you really have to be. But you can enjoy the snow at home like we've talked about, but it can also be very dangerous, obviously. I know I do see some lights in the distance. I'm not sure if that's the accident, because our system here, the Florida 511 system, I should say, did say this was the closest camera to it. So if you look at the very top left corner, okay, well, that kind of just switched around on us there, but okay, yeah, somebody's trying to maybe adjust this camera there from Florida 511 to get a visual on the crash. Hopefully everything's all right. We'll stick with this as they kind of do that. Always very treacherous here. It's hard to make out exactly what may have happened. Maybe this focuses, we can get a better look. Again, this is live here. They're adjusting it. Looks like maybe a semi involved, maybe a semi off the road. It's hard to tell though, and this is why you're urged, sadly, stuff like this happen is why you're urged you need to stay at home here in this type of event. Snow is one thing, but it's probably a little bit of ice mixing in there, and it's dark. And now you see this semi, it would appear to be sideways here to some degree. I can't tell if it's hooked on its side or if it's just kind of off the road. But nonetheless here, just trying to see exactly what's going on here is something that is a very important thing to keep in mind. And that is to stay off the roads. Again, if you're wondering where this is at, we're just continuing to follow along here in the situation, and this crash, this accident there in Gadsden County right now along I-10, mile marker 184.9 with the camera there, and you see Gadsden west of Leon. We have a lot of cameras there available from Florida 501 along the interstates. Of course, there's going to be outlying areas that are going to be treacherous too, though, and there's not going to be camera shots available. So, again, you just got to be a very, very careful here. If you have to go out, but you're urged not to go out because of the dangerousness of the situation here. The nastiness here. As I do listen, from in Bradford County, I almost sound like a few sleet pellets, maybe mixing in or ice pellets, mixing in with some of that rain now. We're at 38 degrees even. So that's kind of an interesting storyline as we continue to follow along here and continue to give you the very latest updates. So again, I know that camera shot, a little bit different view now, so let's see if we can kind of pop that back on up possibly. We'll come back on camera and you can see some flashing lights now, and this is looking like a real mess here, and it could start to multiply here pretty rapidly with the accident setting on up as the temperature continues to drop in spots. It's dark, it's harder to see, folks losing control, maybe losing control on a curve, and then when it's not just a little ice, maybe it's a lot of ice, then you just have accidents left and right coming in, and that is very problematic, obviously. It is just something that you just really do not want to have to deal with here, and that's why you want to stay on. You see the traffic backing up now, it would appear, as we're looking at this in toward Gadsden County, west of Tallahassee, along I-10. It's an ongoing situation here. It's going to be like this as the hours go along, as things deteriorate more here in these various communities. So again, watching that, making notes of where to go next now. So again, I do want to, just kind of look at some cameras first, and we'll go to some other things. I know airports being impacted by all this here as well, as I'll look away from this camera for now, and we'll go ahead real quick and pop up our camera. I know it's dark. I doubt we'll see anything, but do kind of hear maybe a little bit of ice pellet action mixing in right now. Yeah, you're not going to see anything unless it roars, maybe picking up with the wind. We saw a little bit of that the other night, but it's going to be really hard to make out anything there. But again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest. I will, things really start to pick up in the wintry precipitation department where I'm at here. It's just dark. Grab some of that precip. You can't grab freezing rain, but you can grab sleet. You can grab snow flurries. I'll get them on a glove here and put them in front of the camera, and or get some other videos and then put them into the system here, and those will be from a few minutes, back, give or take. So again, that's kind of how things are going in that regard here. As we're looking at things, let me go ahead and see here. What else we might want to pull up some of the different cameras here. Maybe, I know that wintry weather picking up in certain spots. It's harder to see though at night. I mean, some of the different roads. We'll go out to the Hosford Highway area, mile marker 175. I mean, it just looks like a winter wonderland out there as well. As we pull this on up, this just remarkable. As we're seeing that here along Interstate 10 again, a lot of this hadn't so far that I've seen on the traffic cameras really translated too much in Tallahassee. Granted, certain parts of town will be a little bit warmer than others, so maybe near the interstate they're getting it more, but then but even then it wasn't up too much. But in other cameras in town, not really seeing anything. But there have been some flurry reports. But this is a lot more than that. A lot of accumulation out there west of Tallahassee, but as the night goes on, Tallahassee really started to see the conditions deteriorate here as we're tracking, and that's why it's important to be hunkered down. We saw that accident, and that type of stuff can be very, very dangerous, if not deadly, as we move along here. It's not just a situation, here where you have the snow, but you have that ice mixing on in, and you see some folks there. I'm not sure if they're clearing the road there possibly, but or trying to, or it may just be, somebody just going by with flashing lights. It's really hard to make out at night. And that kind of goes to the point where you want to hunker down and stay home. So again, let me go ahead and move back over to the Doppler technology right now. We'll go ahead and jump back on over there. Again, trying to give you everything that we can here with the geography, all these different communities. You do see a Bainbridge there, heavy snow being reported in Bainbridge, in Decatur County right now at the Industrial Air Park Airport in Camilla. Heavy snow being reported there. Blakely getting a report of heavy snow. Albany, heavy snow. And the Weather Service even raised their snowfall forecast for some of these areas closer. Well, we could end up with a half a foot of snow up here. That is a really, really big deal. Just extraordinary amounts here. Also, and WLBTV reporting problems with, issues, vehicles sliding off the road in Lee County, Georgia. Not what you want to see up there, obviously. The conditions is too adverse to be out in. Even with mainly the snow, there's probably been, just some of that liquid there that froze kind of within that at points, maybe even before some of that snow got going. And that can lead to problems or, refreezing or freezing for the first time underneath all that. It's kind of hard to, say exactly, but we'll go back 4 hours here. And 4 hours ago, it was snow there. But you saw that rain out ahead. And some of that rain out ahead, then you have the cold, and then you have, icy conditions mixing in there too. And that can lead to problems. It's not just solid snow, but that snow has really picked up in intensity there as we're looking at things, as we're tracking. You see the report's not really showing up here in terms of the actual totals in our area, but outside of our area, 5.5 inches reported in Troy. Almost a half foot of snow there in southeast Alabama, confirmed as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them. I know as we're looking at things, if you want to measure snow, send those reports on in to like the Weather Service in Tallahassee or in Jacksonville. You'll want to have, if you could have ahead of time, put a snowboard out there to, something flat away from trees and the like. And then you have that ruler, and then you can kind of measure it as it progresses, or just kind of getting a spot there away from trees, and to stick your ruler down in it there, and you can kind of see how much has fallen in your area. So, something we're not used to talking about. This is, very, odd territory. This is as if we're like in Western New York here tonight, or in Northern Ohio, or going down, that's lake effect. Some of that is in lake effect, but then you're talking about maybe, let's say we're like in Missouri or something like that. Instead, snow has come toward our area, not just toward, it's in our area. It's happening right now. It's just so unbelievable what we're talking about. I know we're getting some reports out of the Mobile area now here. Mobile Airport, apparently, they just sent out an update that they ended up, it looks like it's starting to slack off, and they say it's a final total, and it really around the airport, it is really starting to wrap one up, it would seem. 7.5 inches of snow there at the Weather Service office, but snow drifts between 12 and 16 inches. So over a half foot of snow in Mobile. You see just to the east there in Baldwin County, Alabama, 8 inches of snow being reported by broadcast media. The County Road 32 in Fish River. Baldwin County, 7 inches there. Another report, and 1 mile east southeast of Montrose, 7 inches. So it's just something to, behold, really. These type of snowfall totals out here in some of our Georgia counties, with this rate of 1 inch an hour, give or take, adding on up, we could be approaching half a foot of snow now in southwest Georgia, as we move to the evening hours. So that is a, very big deal. And there's going to be a snowpack, and that's going to affect temperatures, keep them a little bit cool. Maybe, they could have been here in the days to come. But this is some very heavy snow in Doherty County, and around Camilla there, and Mitchell County. A little bit lighter, but I mean, according to one report, but that still looks, I mean, on the radar it shows heavy. The VTAR not as heavy, but looks like maybe pretty heavy around Moultrie right now here as well with the snowfall. So you see Douglas is looks like getting some bright banding. I mean, talk about bright banding. This is stuff you talk about up north here. Or maybe, you know, something that you can kind of see with the cold rain, maybe get ice pellets. Instead, we're seeing a snowstorm pretty much here in some of our own communities here tonight. Douglas there. I mean, goodness gracious. I know there are, let's see, is there a METAR? I thought we had the airport in there, but it's not showing anything at the moment. But I know they're probably reporting snow there in Coffee County. As we're looking, you see, okay, Waycross reporting snow, even though it's not shown on the radar. We do have some reports in Duval. Now, those maybe just flurries kind of mixing in. I doubt there's much more than that. It'd be intriguing if we could get this all to turn to snow here. You know, still be with the ice mixed in on the rain, you know, ahead and then freezing. Still be dangerous to some degree. But the thing about it is, you know, if we could, you know, more of this can just turn into snow, the profile, you know, it could be a heavy snow event, you know, everybody would like that a lot better than ice, even if it's a lot more snow. Snow can be a lot of fun. It can be dangerous too, but there's no upside to ice here, folks. There is no upside to ice. There's a lot of upside to snow. It's not all positive. It can still be dangerous and deadly mixing with that ice that's underneath. That's, you know, just the black ice, not that, but the accumulating ice is way worse than just the rain that's already accumulated, freezing. You know, because this would actually be rain as it's falling, it's freezing on contact, which, you know, can add up a lot more with the freezing rain. When you have the purples, that's more sleet, but the pinks, that's more generally freezing rain. We're not seeing a lot of that yet. Overall, you're seeing some of it near Savannah, though, trying to take hold now. Though it looks like, that's according to radar now, the Republic is reporting sleet, though, more. But further up, around Effingham County, light freezing rain reported, but around Statesboro and Bullitt County, sleet's being reported. Says south of Savannah, some sleet being reported here. So this is kind of break this down. I know you guys might not be as familiar. I say this from time to time, but tonight it really means a lot. So you have the indicator. I know Tallahassee, I wish they would send out some of these LSRs, because these are actual accumulation numbers as they're happening. I know they're probably just really, you know, trying to, you know, kind of watch things in the here and now, though, and they'll do it in a little bit. But these numbers are like 5, which is actually, you know, indicative of at least 5. It's 5.5, and then 2.5 around Troy as well. Another report. Those are actual reports of the snow accumulations. You saw some of these other icons, like out here near Savannah. This orange one is an indication of sleet and ice pellets being reported. Some of it's mixing with snow too, maybe. And then you have the pink there. That's indicative of freezing rain report. But then, like, this here is an airport report of just the ongoing precip. So let me point it out. I know you can't see my mouse on here, but this right here is like an ongoing report of freezing rain from the METAR, from the airport site. In general here, these, you know, this here, this is, even though the radar shows it as rain, the airport is reported as snow there in Homerville. That's the visual on it from the folks there. And then Moody Air Force Base, you see this icon, this here is being reported as ice pellets there. And there may be a little snow mixing it as well, but a lot of ice pellets. So that can kind of give you a better indicator of exactly what's going on here with this situation, with this set of circumstances here tonight. You know, to kind of give you the, you know, ground truth here what's happening, because in this situation, radar, you know, is sometimes it doesn't know the exact profile in every spot, but with the reports can kind of help us understand what's going on. I will say, you know, that we are getting a little bit more snow to mix in here than what the radar is showing it would seem, but a lot of it's probably not adding up as much in the rain areas as if it would be, and as it is toward Quincy there, and Gadsden County, and Leon County, and South Georgia around Bainbridge. I know, you know, really adding up in toward that area for sure. So, big storyline there. I'm going to check power outage numbers, see if we've seen any escalation here. Okay, we've seen a little increase now in Florida, up to 5,281 customers in the dark. So let me go ahead and look here. a little over 1,000 in Santa Rosa County, 1,000 in Escambia County, further back in toward the western panhandle. See if any of them are in our area. Okay, Marion County, 589 customers in the dark. It may just be from, the rainy, wet conditions, and that wind that's picked up a little bit here and there, not overwhelming, but a little bit. I just see some low-end numbers overall here. As I'm going through it behind the scenes, other than those two in the far western panhandle. Sometimes other causes can, be the storyline here too. And we're down to 37.7 degrees to start. Wind to 10 miles an hour though, and earlier on it was the 16th. That's still pretty blustery out there. I saw the rain blowing around. I looked out there just a little while ago and saw some of that rain blowing around. Didn't see any frozen precipitation the moment I was out there, but definitely, especially being at night, doesn't preclude some of it mixing in here. And as the night goes on, temperature to be falling, cooling off, kind of playing that role here and seeing those wintry conditions here become more prevalent across the area. So let me go ahead and see what else we might have here. Just looking, I do see, it looks like there's a report of some snow mixing in over there east of Nahunta now. Okay, that's interesting. Some different color tables are going to pick this up different. And since we are getting a report of it, I think it's important that I show this here. So we're going to switch over, and you see our one radar is depicting some of this stuff around Nahunta is more snow mixing in now, and then this north out of the area around Jessup as well. And you do see the one report over here of some snow mixing on in, a confirmed report of that. So that's definitely noteworthy. You see around Valdosta, snow is being reported there with the MPing reports, these public reports coming out. Those are really helpful. If you have radar scope, that app, it's something that you can use here to report what is happening in your area. And it goes, the Weather Service can see it, I can see it. Just you can hit, that. And I've never done it myself. I might do it tonight some though, because it'll just be easier for everybody to kind of get that information if we're seeing some wintry weather while we're out here east of Stark. But you see Tallahassee. This is interesting, and it may kind of switch over, but we had to snow a little bit there. But right now it looks like there's more ice pellets being reported than snow around Tallahassee. These different indicators are showing more of the ice pellets. Somebody said blowing snow though, but it may just be blowing, mixed precip here based on some of the indicators that we're getting. So for whatever reason right now, we're having a little bit of trouble getting, and out of the forecast highs, we're a little too cool for Tallahassee. They got a little bit warmer than expected today. That could be an issue here. And we're right now seeing an area here around Tallahassee that is not as much about the wintry precip for the moment. But there's, a decent chance that we'll start to see this switch over here as we go through the night. The timing of this is perfect to get this to switch over, being at night like this. You don't have the daytime heating. So that is something here in that regard. But interesting to see it not as much in Tallahassee as it is like in Valdosta here. We're getting some of those snow reports to become more prevalent here now as we're looking at the overall situation. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. I know outside where we're at, it's dark, but you could, in theory, I don't have night vision on this camera, but if you really started to see stuff bouncing the wind, it might show. But that's something that's we're probably not going to use too much here tonight at this point. But as you can go ahead and see here around Tallahassee, you can see that mixing, trying to take place, but it looked like we were getting a little bit more of that, and it kind of backed off. Temperature-wise in Tallahassee, we're sitting at 33. That's about what I thought it would be. It's precluding some of that coming on in. The dew point, though, is 29. It's gone up some. Earlier on, we had quite a bit lower in terms of those values, which, kind of was showing the overall storyline. And the old saying goes, those dew points can indicate how low you can go. So now there may not be as much room, in the short term to go down as far, but maybe just 29. Further to the east, you see higher numbers. Doesn't mean we're not going to get the wintry precip out here, but it may take a little bit longer, and will take a little bit longer than out toward the west to get that switch over. You see in southeast Georgia, some of these numbers are a little lower. And that might be why we're getting some of the reports already 32, 33 up there. So that's really helping to get this to switch over here. I mean, some of these areas like Waycross, already at that freezing point, and just northeast of Valdosta there, and that's why we're getting some of that snow. And it's just a little too warm right now in Tallahassee to get a lot of it. But that could change pretty rapidly, or probably will change there. Other areas that may make it a little bit harder. We want the snow, a lot of us, but you don't want the freezing rain at all. So it's a give and take here. We're just getting rain right now. Granted, eventually, if you even somehow get out of all this without getting much, but you get the cold weather to come in and you have a lot of the wetness on the ground, some of that's going to be black ice here, what's lingering around. So that's something to keep in mind. But as you're looking here, I see a report, Santa Rosa County, 4 inches of snow. That was a report coming on in out that way. And then Santa Rosa County, Navarre, Florida, 4 inches of snow. So kind of telling that weather story. That's all coming down out there. I mean, this is so unique, so rare, and it's very cold, 24, 25, 23 degrees out there. So, some of this cold air is trying to push further in. I mean, it's already record-setting day in Louisiana. Some of the, highest snow total they've had there since the 1800s. Officially here, it would seem that we had the most snow in one day and one event ever in Florida at some of the measurement indications here. I don't want to say measurement sites because some of these are, like spotter reports. Instead of it was like a guess pretty much that maybe we had 6 to 8, something like that, years ago in Florida. But the highest ever officially measured before today was 4 inches out toward Milton, Florida. I know not too far off of that, 3 inches was measured in Stark back in the 77 event. Lake Butler unofficially had 4 in the 1899 event, as we're looking, but we're getting the official measurement of more today. Look at that. Pensacola Beach, 6.5 inches of snow, so half a foot of snow on the beach. This isn't just, 10 miles inland or something. At the beach, on the sand, instead of sand, we have a half foot of snow in Florida. This is remarkable stuff here, folks. Absolutely remarkable. And, 24 degrees right now, so it's going to stay around that snow is for a while, even if it doesn't fall. It's just so cold. We're now getting a report. Wow, we're just setting, this now would be surpassing the unofficial numbers I think I'd heard around maybe Florida. I was reading, going back, I think it was in the 70s, but I'm not 100% sure. We're now getting a report from Milton. Now, Milton, had the record of 4 inches back, years ago. That was the highest ever officially measured in Florida. Well, guess what? Retired Weather Service employee Milton in Santa Rosa County now reporting 8.8 inches of snow. So more than doubling the official snowfall record now here for the state of Florida in recorded history. More than doubling the official record there. 4 inches Milton before, now almost 9 inches, and snow still falling. This is just, mind-boggling stuff here. We're at over a half foot, getting close to 3/4 of a foot of snow there around Milton, Florida. Let me see where that is. I think you can see the icon right here, but there you go. They're still getting the snow. This is just northeast of Pensacola. We're talking about in Santa Rosa County there. Excuse me, Santa Rosa County, almost 9 inches of snow there. That is remarkable. We're coming up on 7:30 now, so I think it's about time to take a break now at about 8 o'clock or so as we gather more information on this winter storm scenario as we try to watch these conditions switch over. Tallahassee, they're right on the edge of this. The Gulf is a little warmer. That may be playing somewhat of a role, but eventually that cold air should really be able to switch over. Surprised they hadn't switched over, quicker for them, as you saw the, conditions deteriorated so much there in Gaston County with even accidents, and that's the real downside of this. But eventually it should really switch over from just flurries or, rogue stuff in Tallahassee to something really accumulating there. So we're watching that. We're tracking it all here for you. They've been switching over, in many Georgia counties here today, though. Many areas in southwest, south central Georgia now even getting into substantial snowfall here. Blakely and Bainbridge and Albany and Camilla and Tipton and Roy getting into Adel and Valdosta's right on the edge, but Roy's starting to switch over there. We'll see how long that lasts. If it kind of switches back, or will Roy get the snow to overtake, or if freezing rain and sleet starts to become more prevalent. So that's going to do it for this update for now. We'll be back at 8 o'clock with more. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date. I know I do have one quick comment on YouTube that somebody says watching from Perry in the Keaton Beach area after 2 major hurricanes, they want snow. Well, I want snow, for you guys. I want some snow here. Hopefully it does happen, but without the ice, hopefully we can get some snow in there. There's a decent chance you'll get something with the snow. Just don't want the bad stuff, the ice, because then that can really, cause power outages, additional tree damage and the like down there if that were to happen. But yeah, we want snow. You gotta be careful with it. But snow, a positive thing. Freezing rain, a very negative thing. In general, snow can be dangerous too, and sleet, is kind of in between there. Not really fun. Can be a little dangerous though if a lot does add up. But the snow is what a lot of folks want. The freezing rain, though, very serious. Getting over half foot of snow reported there in the Orange Beach area in Baldwin County in Alabama as well now. So these totals just adding on up, and we'll continue to report all this to you in our next update here on all the different platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch at 8 o'clock, unless we need to pop back in sooner. What a remarkable image, though, on the radar technology. Macon, they're getting the snow up there, central Georgia. But we're going to keep watching everything here for you. Going to keep tracking it all here for you. Just continuing to give you all the images. And we'll have further information here unless we need to pop back in earlier. If we do, we will. But otherwise, we'll be back here with you as we're in alert mode. We'll be back at the top of the hour.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 8 o'clock as we're watching a historic winter storm. A winter storm warning in effect for many of our zones here, except for just a few, which there's a winter weather advisory for areas like Levy and St. John's. And then I believe Flagler may be the only zone in our area that's not under any of the winter weather alerts for that wintry precipitation. But, just so much of our area being impacted here to 62 counties, seeing this historic event. I mean, it is just remarkable here to see so many of us get in, to this very heavy in some cases, wintry precipitation. I mean, we talk about our area and then, we look at some of the maps. I mean, just reminding you guys here, I mean, where we're at within our region. We're in Bradford County. We're in the Stark area. So, kind of here you go with that. I know it's just crazy that we're under that winter storm warning here. We're at 36.1 degrees, by the way. Just wanted to pass that along. So, we can get a flurry or some sleet mixing into that temperature, but to really get the freezing rain impacts, you have to get down to 32. So, just for some reference there, we're 4 degrees off, 36.0, and it's continuing to drop, fairly quickly. So we're not too far away from that at this point as we're continuing to watch the ongoing situation. Let me go ahead. I know I'll punch back the Doppler now so you can kind of see what's going on. And I think I'm getting some reports, just seeing the information come in that there definitely seems to be a little bit, of that sleet and freezing rain trying to influence areas further into toward the Big Bend right now. So let's go ahead and kind of look. I know this map shows that more snow in Tallahassee. The other says more is rain. I think it's kind of something in between now as we're tracking the overall situation right now. So it is a serious one for sure if you get that freezing rain and sleep, but it can also be fun. I mean, there's some video going around on social media, FSU campus, people jumping for joy, seeing that rain or seeing that snow. Wouldn't be jumping for the rain, but jumping for joy, seeing that snow, right maybe before sunset there, but they kind of switched back around. But eventually they could get some pretty heavy snowfall in there. In fact, let me check some of the reports right now on our informational source, the Radar Scope app. I know folks reporting in on that. So let me go ahead and pop this up right now. And it shows there's more. It's rain on the precipitation to Pixon, but you see this one report a couple minutes ago, really just 1 minute ago, of some snow there in parts of Tallahassee there, right near the interstate, snow and or gravel. You see this report here an hour ago, ice pellets and sleet east side of town as we continue to watch. I'll zoom out there. You see all the snow, Bainbridge there in Decatur County, getting into the snow there. Snow and or gravel. Thomasville, you see snow in toward Thomas County, most of it anyway. And then you see parts of eastern areas there going away from Camilla there, Mitchell County. Some snow being indicated there. You see Valdosta, some snow mixing in there at points. And then Waycross now, there's some social media images of that area getting some snow, and we're getting some of that confirmation. And this, temperature's a little cooler up there, allowing for some of that snow to reach. And some of these areas, you see this pink here, and I know I don't have it quite centered on the screen so you can see the X all the way, but just a little warmer, but still getting some of that mixing precip, but maybe a little bit, closer to trying to be snow out toward the Waycross area. So again, trying to, watch that. I know there could be some sleet and stuff mixing in too, but just as we continue along here, continue to track, and this is trying to sell maybe a mix of precip down, closer to the coast. We don't have red radar coverage down here. Now, we don't want to have too much of that because that, could start to cause some power problems. I know we want snow down there. Maybe we're getting some of that to mix in, but some of this could be freezing rain around Cross City and Horseshoe Beach potentially, so hard hit by all the hurricanes. So you don't want to see that. Let me check our temperatures over there. Again, we look at this. I know it's dark. I punch this up from time to time. If it really started having some of the sleet pellets hit, and the wind picking up, you might be able to see something, but otherwise, probably not going to see too much on there. Here at the nighttime hour, that doesn't have night vision, unfortunately, or, views that we can see from Florida 5 and 1 do, but these are your wind numbers. They're picking up from time to time. So if you do have the freezing rain, that can, really aggravate the situation too. Let me just check. I know wind velocity is going to sound really weird in this. Excuse me. I know a little bit of a cold here, but it's that type of weather really. As we go ahead and see what else we can display, and that would be the temperature. Temperature not really showing that. So that might have been an anomaly down toward Horseshoe Beach, and because that's somewhere like 39 down there. So it might be a little bit harder to be getting anything like that in many of those communities right now. That's kind of what I'm thinking here at this point in time, as we're tracking the situation, as we're continuing to monitor things. And they're just watching all the different scans and the like here, trying to let you know exactly what is going on. You see down to 34 in Lake City, so they're getting cooler and cooler over there in toward Columbia County as we look at the maps here. Just zooming in, zooming out here on everything, trying to keep you up to date. I know there's temperature, such an important factor when we're looking at things, and then we're just kind of continuing to watch here. Let me check the power outage numbers. Let me go ahead and go over there as we're kind of seeing the situation progress. Okay, seeing a little bit of increase now in Liberty County, and even accidents with snow, one of the bigger culprits with the ice mixing in. If somebody were to crash like into a power pole, then you get your power outage numbers to go up even in something like that. Not saying that's happened, but let's go ahead and pull up here our power outage.us map. You can see 9,622 customers in the dark right now in the state of Florida. As we're kind of looking at things right now, you see a little over 1,500 in Duval. None in Nassau. We'd probably start really seeing these switch over if we had the ice taking hold. So not too much, if any of that yet, because we're not really down there cool enough. But further to the west, you don't see too many yet. Not many even in Leon, Gaston, but Liberty 146. Franklin, not too many, but further out, Bay County over 1,000, almost 1,500 in areas further out of our area. Washington County, you see Walton and Okaloosa and Santa Rosa and Escambia. Some of those numbers starting to really tick up a bit. They're not very high overall as we're looking at this, but still ticking up some. I know Okaloosa County, 2.8 inches of snow reported in Destin there. Normally that would be just remarkable. I know I saw on social media though, there's a report now on Facebook. Meteorologist, I think it's the Weather Prediction Center, was sharing that just a little while ago. He was showing there's a report out of that area around Molino now of 9.5 inches of snow. So that is remarkable. As these numbers just continue to go up. I mean, we're more than doubling the official state record of 4 inches that was in Milton there years ago. 4 inches of snow, and now 9.5 today. Just an outlandish type of situation. Shatter, not just barely going out and breaking records, but it's shattering the records here. The snowfall record's gonna have just a whole new graphic really with all the records after today. All of them from today's event, and going into early tomorrow for some of us. So just absolutely remarkable here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation. Let's see what else we might, show you. Let's check. I know our one sensor out of Perry's showing some snow. I'll check our camera views out of there to see if we're getting some mixing in of the flurries. It's worth checking here. I know some of those, camera views really becoming more prevalent because of the hurricanes that have been moving through there the last couple of years. We'll pull it up. If it's not, wintry precip, it's a cold rain there. So let's go ahead and pull it up. I kind of would lean to a cold rain based on this shot, but it's hard to say for sure. As we go ahead and throw this on up here, this Florida 5-1 perspective out of Taylor County. There could be some ice pellets or flurries mixing in. The lights get a little wonky here because, people are riding about. But you kind of get the idea here as we're tracking this, just seeing this. And I know in Southwest Georgia, social media reports, multiple inches of snow coming out now. And even in Gadsden County, multiple inches of snow. So Leon's Roy, Tallahassee's been kind of missing out on the bulk of it so far, but that could change here in pretty short order as things kind of start to shift over. It's taking a while, but eventually it should kind of just infiltrate there. That snow flurry acts, and not just being that, but instead being accumulating snow. That's really noteworthy. Maybe enough even to make a snowman potentially. So again, I'm just looking at some of these different shots here, some of these different angles. We're just trying to kind of give you an idea of exactly what is happening here. And this isn't, showing a whole bunch. I know we can probably get a lot better. So let me go ahead and as I look there, I'm not going to see a little bit of the precip, but let's go ahead and let's go to Gaston County again. I mean, we have the Florida cameras, and there's been a lot of views out of that county, a winter wonderland, but also very dangerous. We've seen accidents, at least one that popped up in our system, as things can be very tricky to maneuver in this type of setup. Okay, mile marker 165 on Interstate 10. Let's pull this one up right now. Let's go ahead and pull that. Excuse me, up here. You can see, looking there, Flat Creek Road, kind of telling that weather story. I mean, it is just a remarkable shot. I say that over and over again, but truly, you just don't see stuff like this really hardly ever as we're tracking things here, as we're monitoring the overall events. So, this event stands out from a lot of others over the years. This will be one that, meteorologists are studying 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now because of all the snow that's being dumped. I mean, this is, in our area here, really at mile mark 165. I want to double check to make sure this is just in the gas, that it could be just off, just right on the edge there. But nonetheless, kind of telling that story. Let me see there. Mile marker 165. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's just into Gadsden County. Yeah, it looks like it. Let's kind of look here. Try to get an idea of what's going on. I'm switching sources, but there's Gadsden County, Chattahoochee's, right where we kind of cut off. But nonetheless, they're, right there on the edge of the thing. That's just, such heavy snow. I mean, in Tallahassee, I mean, you don't want the freezing rain, but they've just been right on the edge for a while here, in toward Tallahassee and toward Leon County. So, really want to get that snow on in there. Just don't want the freezing rain and the sleet and all the nasty stuff to come with it. Let me check some more counties in Tallahassee to see if things maybe are switching. Okay, looks like Mission Road. Yeah, that looks like quite a bit of white stuff now. So, looks like right and now it didn't look like it's falling, but maybe at some point here in the last several minutes we had more of that kind of coming on down. Let's go ahead and pull this on up. You can see some of that white stuff for sure on the roadway here and on the the sides of it, especially as we're looking out there. So that's worth noting. We'll go a little bit closer to the east. So let me go ahead and move from this shot, and then we'll go ahead and continue here. There's a shot I can try to pull up there in toward Tallahassee, downtown per se, or right into town. And this is kind of what I'm saying. We're not really, this is there toward areas. Let me give you the, exact area there. Near Charlie Park, near the Florida Department of Transportation, Appalachia Parkway. So let me go ahead and show you we're not really seeing that wintry precip out there. So there may be some mixing in, but we're not getting a whole bunch at all. You're not seeing the accumulating snow. There may be a dusting on those cars though. If you look off to the left, and you see the light switching around on us a little bit. If you look off to the left, that looks like the elevated surface might have a little bit of snow on it. it's something that, just look at that one black car there. To reach over, there, and you can kind of see what I'm saying. If you look at that one black car, look like on the hood, there is a little bit of snow that might have accumulated on that. We're not really seeing it accumulate on the road here at this point. So really not too impactful in that regard. But once we get down to 32, it's going to be, and some areas are getting that. It's going to be more. I mean, if you get the snow, that's a lot better than getting freezing rain. The way this is hanging like this, I'm afraid it's going to start switching to more freezing rain, and then that can really cause the problems here instead of the fun. It could be very dangerous and even, potentially, as we continue to allude to, potentially tragic here. And you got to watch that. I haven't really referenced it, but, if we do have a lot of power outages, coming up, those generators, you got to be really careful with them because, you can't be using those generators to stay warm. Those ones that are gas powered, you can't use them inside, or you could end up, being harmed really severely or even passing away from carbon monoxide poisoning. So you got to be really, really careful if you do lose power here. And it's going to be a lot harder to see freezing rain on these sites. There could be some slick spots in here for sure. But again, I know it's not the easiest thing to see, but if you look at that hood of that black car there on the left side of the screen, that definitely looks like some of that snow that did accumulate just a little bit. But it hasn't done too much. It's from Appalachia Parkway around Florida Department of Transportation in Tallahassee. So that's kind of the storyline there, and kind of shows the delineation point. I mean, still, when I was there in 2014, I would have taken that amount of snow for sure. I would take that amount of snow here, over the next 12 hours, even just that little bit longer. So, I'd catch it there at the right time. I'd take it. But we just had a sleet and freezing rain until last in that 2014 event, but we should really start to see the snow pick up rapidly here into where Tallahassee. They're just right on the edge. I mean, we've had multiple inches reported in Gadsden County, and we're just seeing a dusting at best here in much of Tallahassee. So, again, that's kind of the storyline here right now as we watch that delineation point. That's a big story, for the capital city here in Florida. I know. I believe it was meteorologist at NWS Tallahassee talking about the freezing rain and sleet toward the FSC campus here at points. Seeing that on social media a little while ago. And then as we go to Bainbridge, you see it's the report with snow there. Heavy snow around Donaldsonville. And the last METAR reporting on it's a little darker. I even have to look at this to make sure the darker blue with the snow plate, that's heavier snow. The pretty dark blues, pretty decent snow. And then the lighter blue would be indicative of lighter snow reported, by spotters per se, or just, somebody there at the airport, somebody that's a weather observer per se, kind of sending that data in. You see some of this is trying to mix the snow maybe in here, but let's check the temperatures, 34. I mean, you could get some snow mixing in and you can get some sleet mixing in above freezing, but you don't get freezing rain unless you're at 32 or below, and you don't want freezing rain though. But it's still a lot harder to get snow when you're above freezing. So it's all a give and take here. But look how cool. They're gonna get. Look at that in Gadsden County. They're just in the. They got multiple inches. They might get close to a half foot around Quincy the way this is setting up. There, 28 degrees, it's going to be hard to switch back to anything but just snow at this point with that, came on in. But Tallahassee is just right on that dividing line here. Kind of remarkable when you think about it. But I know folks want to get that snow in, but they don't want the freezing rain. They don't want the sleet. Let's go ahead and pull up. Just reminding you guys of where we're at here. We're in Bradford. We're at 35.9 degrees now here east of Stark, more rural area. But in this setup, it's not going to vary, as much as in a normal, like a night when you just have the clear skies and the calm wind. We'll get much cooler tonight. The winds are up, and the skies are not clear. So you're going to be pretty similar. Rural area could be a little cooler, but away from the urban heat, effect when you're, I'm not talking about Stark, but like Jacksonville or somewhere like that, or even Tallahassee to a degree here, you may be getting a little bit of warmer air that's kind of keeping things a bit warmer there. That does have some influence on things. But again, just continuing to track this, continuing to give you the very latest updates on the situation. You see in southeast Georgia, just north of our area, especially, it looks like more of that freezing rain on I-95 becoming prevalent. Some sleet pellets showing up there. As we kind of continue to look, continue to track, continue to give you the very latest here on everything that's going on. So, see what else we might have for you. I'll check power outage numbers again. Nothing's really changed so far. I'll check the Georgia numbers. Not too many at all. In Georgia do have 340 customers in the dark in Mitchell County, according to PowerOutage.us. Of course, we don't want anybody in the dark when it's so cold. That can be problematic. And then 144 customers in the dark in Doherty County, according to PowerOutage.us. Where again, I don't have all the visuals for, and I'll see if I can get some. But I know, just trying to Doherty cameras, they have added some features for live cameras, but a lot of times when I've been on there, they're just not really, showing up in the system there where we need them here in South Georgia, for our viewing area. But I'll see what I can kind of effort, because there's some lot more impressive images in a lot of our Georgia counties that we cover. We just don't have the visuals for them. A lot of these counties are just seeing a historic event. They get snow a little bit more often, like around Albany, not that much more often. Tallahassee less often. They're on the edge. But Gadsden's, really doing the camera. That's why we keep going to Gadsden over and over and over again, because we do have all those views for you. But it's happening in a lot of these counties in Georgia. I mean, I don't want to leave you guys out, because it's, some of the highest totals in our area could end up being more in those zones than anywhere. So let me go ahead and kind of reiterate this on this map. I mean, you're talking about Quitman County, you're talking about Clay County, Georgia, Randolph, Calhoun, Terrell, Lee, Doherty, Worth, Turner. If I missed one of them, I apologize. It's kind of going through them, though. Tipton, Colquitt, and Thomas, and Grady, Mitchell, Seminole, Decatur. You get the idea. These counties are going to have, multiple inches of snow in many cases, if they don't have it already, by the time we're all said and done. So, a very significant event here with the winter storm warning in effect as we continue along with this weather situation. We're in alert mode. We're continuing to give you the latest updates. You're urged not to travel, because they can be very dangerous. Try to enjoy it at home. Though when we have the ice pickup, you got to be careful for, trees to fall and slip and falls as well. So you got to be really careful. But, snow is a lot of fun. It's a lifelong memory if you just kind of handle it right. But, some of that ice underneath could cause you to lose your balance. And, folks sadly have broken hips or even worse in type of situation like this. So, yeah, there's such a give and take here. It's again, not like a hurricane or a tornado where it's all bad, it's all negative, or lightning, all, adverse consequences with cloud to ground lightning. But with something like this, there are some positives with the snow, but not with freezing rain. And we that's when it's in the pink on here, which, it kind of varies. We're not seeing a whole bunch, but I think it may be a little bit more prevalent than what we're seeing. But, it's just a give and take here for sure. Again, so serious when a hurricane or a tornado. This here is, the snow, can be fun, but you got to be careful here as well. We're going to get through. We're going to be here all night and then tomorrow morning as we're still tracking things in our eastern counties by then. Let me go ahead, kind of go to the forecast model again, see if anything's kind of changed on this as we're looking. Okay, yeah, we do have the latest run-in of HRRR, so we need to go to this before we wrap up for this hour, unless we need to pop back in sooner, obviously, with, like, if I get some sleet or something, or a flurry, I can grab real quick and pop in with a glove and see on camera, or show a video of it or something. We'll do that if it's here in Stark Bradford County, but we'll pop in immediately, once, assuming, I kind of, I'm able to grab something out of that. I mean, if it's really coming down, I might wait a few minutes just to enjoy it and then grab some stuff and break in. But because, it's something I haven't really seen. Very small flurries back in 2010, but that's the only time I've seen snow, really. I mean, maybe something in 2016 at Tallahassee at FSU, but 2010 is the only time I really saw, confirmed snow flurries. They were very small, though, here in Bradford County. It's my 25 years here in Florida. So, what a story this is. 2014 at FSU did see sleet and freezing rain, though. But let's go to the model. So it tries to give, Tallahassee some of that snow now, kind of coming in. And again, it's kind of hit and miss. You saw one of the traffic cameras showing some, but toward DOT, not so much. Just a little bit of that dusting on the elevated surface. It's like the roof of the hood, there, and really not just the hood, but because you really just the front of that car there, just the front part of it. The hood probably had it too, but we were kind of looking more at the part there, the hood part of it, as we're kind of looking though on the model. It's supposed to be 8 o'clock. Pink could be freezing, rain, and sleet more, and the dominant precip type in the white would be snow. Again, crazy to say that without like wanting to catch yourself, because it's so bizarre. And then the green is mainly rain, but there could be some mixes in there of ice pellets and sleet, and maybe some snow flurries. Ice pellets and sleet are pretty much the same, but as you go ahead here, this is 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. You can tell Tallahassee still right on the edge in this. You see the freezing rain really come into Baker and Duval, and then you see Tallahassee maybe finally switch over there around 11 o'clock. Of course, FSU, graduated from there, so it's be interesting to see all those pictures. There's pictures from years ago I've shown in the past of snow, people making snowmen, and we should be able to get, some of those across social media. By the end of the night, I might try to retweet some of them there at Cloud Casey if folks are putting those out, because it'll be such a remarkable image if somebody there, or a lot of folks start making snowmen on the FSU campus in this, scenario, if we get that. We had Sleetman back in 2014, but not true snowmen. But you see here, this is by 1 a.m. You see it becoming maybe all snow, at least by then in Tallahassee. Lake City, you see the mixture. You see maybe all snow in Waycross pretty much by 1, and then you see freezing rain really starting to come in at least by 3. It could be a little earlier, but you see Stark, Jacksonville. See some of that mixture. You see Baker and Duval with some snow. And then we keep moving along. You see sleet in the like Stark, and then maybe some flurries on the backside of nothing else if we don't get it to mix them before then. And this is by 10 a.m. Still some lingering precip there. Sleet, freezing rain, snow maybe. By 11 a.m. it's really out of the picture. So we're still going to be with you for many, many more hours. Really still pretty early for, the area as a whole, even though some of the other areas, like Gadsden, they've had a lot already. Southwest Georgia, Albany, they've had a lot already, and they're later on in the event. But we really haven't seen the event start even in Stark yet. It's more just the rain so far. The very, very cold rain, 35.7 degrees. I hear the rain coming down right now. So again, we're just continuing to watch this. You see maybe trying to switch over more in Tallahassee, but we'll see how it goes. We wanted to switch to snow. We do not want the freezing rain anywhere, but it's, happening around Valdosta. It looks like we're getting some reports of it there in Lowndes County. That's problematic because, even though it shows it right at the freezing point, freezing rain there, if we get a lot of it to accumulate, that can cause, power outages, trees to fall here, accidents in the road, everything. It's all coming together into one kind of, evolved trouble per se, if you get the freezing rain, theoretically that, not literally, but you get the idea there. So again, we'll be back at 9 o'clock with another update unless we need to pop back in sooner. If we do, we have some stuff to say, we will. I see a report in Effingham County from a viewer of some sleet there. That's in the, Savannah television market. That's generally what this radar will be showing right now there. So some impressive stuff. What a storm. Got to stay safe. We'll have another update at 9 o'clock. So tune back in. Then I do see they're continuing the weather service in Jacksonville. Just sent out winter weather advisory continuing for Marion and St. John's and Eastern Putnam. And let's see here. And then winter storm warnings continuing. I don't think they've added Flagler in anything. So I think Flagler may be the only county that's not under a winter weather, advisory or winter weather warning other than temperature within our 62 counties. So we'll be back here at 9 unless we need to pop back in sooner. If you want to watch this last update here that we just had, you can back to stream up on YouTube though at Cloud Weather. So if you're watching on Facebook or Twitter or Twitch, you can go to youtube.com/@cloudweather. You don't have to wait to 9 o'clock. You can go and watch the last 30 minutes for the next 30 minutes. If you're just catching me at the tail end, you can back to stream up 30 minutes and watch what we've been talking about. But otherwise, we'll see you back here at 9 o'clock unless we need to pop back in sooner with more pertinent weather information.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 9 o'clock here. Continuing to watch our winter storm situation. You can see all that snow there in the white on the map. Just really telling that story. It's a winter wonderland in some places, but some places we do have that icy type of condition here mixing and causing problems here. So you really got to be aware of that. It can be very dangerous and even deadly in some cases here because things are just, potentially going to become, so slick as we're looking at things. So, again, very much worth noting here as we're kind of dealing with the overall scenario. Looking at some of our reporting sites right now. Camilla reporting heavy snow. Bainbridge reporting snow. Donaldsonville reporting snow. You have Moultrie reporting snow. Thomasville as well. And then, Quincy's has snow, but Tallahassee Airport kind of questionable right now what's actually happening. I know Perry's showing snow, but there might be some flurries mixing in there, but it wouldn't be the predominant type, I don't think. And there could be some freezing right around Valdosta, some, mixed precip trying to get in there around Waycross, maybe some snow there. There was some snow there earlier. Reported, I know, in Ware County, some visuals on that. So it's kind of tricky with all this because the radar, in some cases, obviously back out here correlates with the snow. To actually what's happening at the ground with the reports in other areas, not quite as much. Some of these areas, a little more iffy, but you can see we have, when we have the lighter color, that's a lighter precip in general, but the yellows and reds can be, heavier precip and even heavier snow, or could be heavier freezing rain, sleet trying to get on in there at points. So that's something to be aware of here, obviously, as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation. So, again, trying to deal with it here and just make sure you are kind of aware of what we're tracking. So, again, let me go ahead and go to our radar scope system here so we can kind of give you a different look at this. This is showing more of that mixed precip, more of that freezing rain. And some of the reports here, mixed ice pellets and snow, 8:17 p.m., right around I-10. You see, same story there, ice pellets, sleet, ice pellets and sleet. So the ice, that's a problem. That's not what you want to see. And there are some indications some of that's trying to become more prevalent around Tallahassee versus the overall temperature profile supporting the snow all the way here. Snow is much more preferred than ice. Ice can become a big headache, a big problem here in a hurry as we're looking toward that area. So, got to be very mindful of that. I know, just going to keep looking at some of our different information here, our different tools, so different things from time to time. I know one of our other tools, kind of trying to set some of that mixing, but I think the one tool with the pink, I think that might have been kind of adjusting the best for the situation here because I think that's kind of what we're dealing with. But we'll check some of the traffic cameras again to kind of get a look here at the actual conditions here and now. I'll go ahead and pull some of those up here right now. But as the situation does progress, let's check the one out right there at the Florida Department of Transportation. And not really getting too much of the snow, if any, right now. There still, that's a little bit further down in town, right there around Appalachia Parkway. So I'll pull it on up here on our source. There, has been some sleet / snow at times to accumulate. We'll pull this one up, but you can see some of that on the cars there as we're looking at it. But right now, really not seeing, much on the shot. It would really pick up, and at some point in the night it should, with some snowfall here. But right now, that icy condition definitely could be wreaking some havoc. Let's go ahead and look at some more shots here. We'll go ahead and kind of how about we'll go out there on the interstate with a shot. We'll go west of exit 199 just a little bit, 197. I know 199 is the one I always got off on at FSU back in my years at the university, graduating from there in 2016, and we'll go ahead and go ahead and look and we'll be looking at some of the different shots. One of these does show some of that wintry weather on the road, mile marker 197, just a little west. That exit 199 there that I was alluding to. Here you go. You can see definitely, treacherous looking out there right now with some of that snow, but there might be some of that sleet and freezing rain that's kind of mixed on in there now toward this area. So that's definitely problematic. It is looking like a very slow go, and that's what you want to do. Take it slow. If you have to be out, you don't want to be out in this, but it's a lot of more slow type of look than it was earlier, I think, because there's more icing and more potential to lose control that the drivers are kind of feeling as they're making their way through it than they were seeing earlier on. So this is there, at 197 in Leon County, telling that weather story. That looks nasty. Absolutely nasty there. We'll go ahead and go back on over to the Doppler. Again, continuing to watch things. We're continuing to watch things here. Let's go to 199. 198.7 there. I'm in Rose Street, the exit there. And I mean, it's different angles, but it looks like even a couple miles are making a difference here. We'll kind of pull this on up as we're dealing with the situation. I mean, look at that. There's some of it, and the angle does play a role, but it looks a little bit, just slightly less treacherous. So let's just kind of keep going here east on these Florida 511 perspectives. Again, it's just a one-man band, so I have to kind of pull them up as I'm talking here, unless I pulled up a whole bunch and then went through them, but it's just a little easier to do it like this. So we'll go to 199.8. There's definitely some of that wintry precip. It doesn't look great, but I think it may be, as we just go a little east here, maybe just slightly better, and based on the speed of some of the vehicles, maybe telling that story as well. It's only a couple miles, getting off further east here, 199.8 now. As you see some of it, obviously, but it kind of looks, and there's some iciness, I'm sure, but slickness, but it looks more like a frost almost. That's not what it is, but that's my point, though. It doesn't look quite as bad, obviously, here. Just a little bit, where miles make a difference. That happens in winter weather, that storyline. But I think later on, as we get to the night, it's a perfect time to get this all to transition into that snow later on here. But it will probably have that layer of ice in there, too. And that's problematic, obviously. So, just continuing to look at some things. We'll go to mile marker 203. Now, this is kind of getting off, as you're going away from Tallahassee off toward the east now. And there's a little bit of it, I think. But again, it gets lesser and lesser here as we look off toward the east. This is mile marker 203. As again, miles make a difference. And that kind of seems to be the storyline right now. So, again, just trying to give you some of those shots, those visuals, those viewpoints for everybody at home as we go ahead right now. And let's see, we'll go ahead and switch over to temperature. That's what I want to do here. Yeah, 32, that's the thing. If you're at 32, you're going to get that freezing rain. If you're not getting snow or sleet, it's going to be freezing rain. It's just automatically, you're 32.0 or below is the freezing point. And that's problematic. That's 32 degrees Fahrenheit, 0 degrees Celsius there. I know we're at 34.7 now east of Stark, so we're only a few degrees from, freezing rain. If you're not getting sleet or snow, the rain's coming down, so it's gonna have to be something. Right now it's just rain, excuse me. In most of these spots here, it's just rain. But as we're kind of looking here, we're kind of tracking the situation. The green indicative of the rainfall. Could be some sleet or some snow mixing in, but mostly rain. But as you get colder here, 32 or below, literally all this is not rain. At that point, it's freezing rain, and that adds up, and that could be an issue. So if we're, let's say, at 31, but the profile doesn't allow us to have sleet, or snow, it's going to be freezing rain, and that's going to add up hour after hour if it doesn't switch. I mean, if we kind of get back a little warmer, maybe it can kind of wash some of that away. But if we stay cooler, then you have problems here on your hands as things build up, and then maybe you do get some of the profiles, the profile in your area to kind of switch there as you look at a QT plot, which is really technical in meteorology, but it looks at the different temperatures at different levels of the atmosphere, and that's really important. In fact, I haven't said this graphic in a while. I think the perfect time to throw this one up. So let me go ahead. This is from the National Weather Service. We've been showing this over the last several days. So we're talking about, snow. You're getting temperatures to stay at or below 32 in the whole profile on the left. And now this is kind of a easier way to explain this QTs in some regard. The sleet, you're, at or below 32, but then you warm up, but then you're able to refreeze early enough in the process that it's able to form, as the, ice there, and that kind of bounces with the sleet. It's kind of like hail in a way, winter weather hail, small though, not really damaging per se, but, it still can be slick. But the freezing rain, we're probably above 32 for a while, and then it refreezes on contact with the surface, and that's what adds up. The rain, of course, never refreezes, though. As we get, warmer down closer to the surface, then, that's what we're seeing around here 99.9% of the time. Pretty much 100% of the time here the last decade, probably, in Bradford County, but tonight's going to be different. So, again, that's the storyline here, and where we're at in Bradford County, it's probably going to be more about this, but there could be some of this, and there could be some of this, in addition to what we're getting right now, which is mostly rain. So, again, it's a very tricky situation here, obviously, with the winter storm warning in effect as we're looking here at the meteorology of things. Let's go ahead and kind of continue to watch the overall scenario. I'll throw this up to this is a graphic I haven't updated here in a while, but the points kind of stand even though we're a little bit later along in the event now. Wanted folks to hunker down earlier in Tallahassee. Lake City had a little more time start, a little more time. Obviously, Tallahassee, we did end up having a little bit more time, but to hunker down. Lake City, it kind of pushed back a little bit overall, but it's still not great out there. So at this point, everybody should be hunkered down, really. Technically, you're a little above freezing. You might not be seeing things too dangerous yet around Stark and Lake City, but that can change very rapidly here over the next, coming minutes and hours. Hours for Stark could be minutes for Lake City as we're looking at things. So just make sure that emergency kit is up to date. Hopefully you did that. And hopefully you had the milk and the bread. If we do end up getting the ice, which could just all of a sudden, that's what the model's been showing for days and days. A lot of them, McClinney, Callahan, that area, St. George, Georgia, some of the areas, that are still very important, but we're not talking about them a whole bunch. Those are the areas where the profiles could be just the wrong way, or we get below freezing, but we're not really getting sleet or snow. Instead, it's freezing rain, and that's what causes power outages. That's what causes accidents, and that's what causes injuries and fatalities more, of the time than the other type of, snowy weather or sleet type of weather. If you have the freezing rain, that's what causes the, adverse consequences. So, that causes the trees to fall. That causes the power lines to fall. Generally, snow isn't going to do that. Blizzard could a little because of the wind, but not the snow directly. But with the freezing rain, that's what causes the problems. Bridges could be very slick. The snow will do it a little, but, the ice, the freezing of the water that from the rain will do it too. But the freezing rain makes things a lot worse. You got to watch out for slick falls or sick. Let me try that again. You got to watch out for slick spots and slip and falls are possible as we're looking at things, even if it's mostly snow though. But you also got to watch out as we start to warm up tomorrow. If you go out and want to play in what's left of the snow, some of that, on your roof, the ice, if it builds up enough, it could start to fall as pretty big pieces here, and that can injure folks. I've seen it be deadly before in the country. And then house fire is more common in these type of situations as well. Got to be really careful. Space heaters, candles, not something that you can just kind of use and just kind of not be paying attention to. Candles, do not use them overnight. space heaters really wouldn't want to either. Now, if you have to, though, it's something you don't want to have stuff like a blanket or something right by where it can just catch it on fire. You got to be extra careful with a space heater. If that's something you just absolutely have to use there with a candle, really, so not be using that overnight. And that could be an issue with power outages. You know, you want to have flashlights instead because the candle could get tipped over and then that starts a house fire. Now, pipe issues can arise too. We're going to have wind chills in our western counties, not necessarily like Stark, but our western counties. We could be getting wind chills, you know, in our northwestern counties, especially because that snowpack too. We could be getting wind chills that, you know, the feel like temperature of the wind and extra cold ground that are going to be in the single digits. So that is really treacherous. If you're putting the snow, that's going to have more trouble, you know, maybe melting here tomorrow. You got to be extra careful and make sure you're bundled up because you can start to have frostbite become an issue here for, you know, if you're outside too long in those western areas. So that's something you got to think about if you're out there a really long time. I mean, or, you know, a young person, something like that, a child, they got to have those gloves on and they're going to be out there in that playing around for a while because that could really start to become problematic. So again, the eastern areas, that's not quite as, I mean, it's still going to be really cold, but the western areas when the wind chill and where the wind chill is going to really be a problem, especially now that we've got a little bit more snow than what some of the models were accounting for. That's going to help the temperatures stay down longer and be more of an issue. So I know this is kind of backtracking with some of this, but I just wanted to kind of bring that to your attention, some of these tips as we go ahead and say things. I know looking at all our different information here and trying to keep you informed. Again, just trying to kind of figure out exactly where we want to go here from time to time. Just trying to make sure I'm keeping my eyes on the situation here. Excuse me, as we've been talking a while. Just wanted to make sure I'm keeping my eyes. I know we're down to 34.2 now here east of Stark, so, you know, only a couple of degrees from no matter what. You're going to have freezing rain here if you're not getting snow or sleet. So that's when we start having problems here. And I'll put the temperature up again. 34 Keystone Airport, 36 Gainesville, with 32 now in Lake City. So 32 zeros. That's very important. I know our dew point 33, by the way. I've been watching that to get an idea of some things in the atmospheric setup. But now 32. So guess what? Even though the radar is showing this as rain, that's going to be freezing rain here. It's going to become freezing rain, and it's going to start accumulating in terms of those freezing rain type of numbers. They're going to start adding up. So that's going to be a problem here in Lake City. And Live Oak is going to add up on the power lines and on the trees if we don't get back somehow above. You know, back out here, they're going to be down below it for a while. You know, in Donaldsonville and Bainbridge, they're getting the snow anyway. My point, though, you know, they're not worried about the freezing rain as much, but my point is they're way below it. But there's still a chance you could kind of dive back ahead of it a little here. But they're going to be down below 30 for a long time. And areas like Albany, all that snow on the ground is helping to cool the overall setup up here in this overall grand scheme of things here. So definitely very much noteworthy here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things in toward the weather center. So again, just trying to keep you up to date. Here. I know we're looking at some of the different tools. You know, Tallahassee, that winter storm warning, gust to 26 there. Miles an hour, that's pretty treacherous and, you know, nasty. And then you see the winter weather. Is it all snow? No, there's a mix. But, you know, it's definitely, you know, trying to play a factor in here. The overall situation, you know, with the freezing rain being so problematic. I know getting a report out of Covington County, Alabama. It's getting a little bit up there, but 11 inches of snow there. That's pretty far. Still South Alabama. Not in our area. Not that close, but there's 11 inches of snow. Almost a foot of snow there, which is absolutely remarkable in toward that area. I mean, they just keep adding up with all this in a, you know, really historic type of fashion. So again, just interesting to watch the meteorology, all this here. As we, you know, watch it, I'll pull it up, Axel. Let me see. It's pretty much winding down there now, but let me go ahead and show you on our other mode Look at that. Southeast to Andalusia there in Alabama. Just west of off there. Almost a foot of snow. Almost a foot of snow. That report right here. That is remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Southern Alabama getting almost a foot of snow here. By the way, I know WCTV was reporting there a curfew in Thomasville tonight. So I know a situation. Just in general, you don't want to be out on the road, out and about. So you got to be really, really, mindful of the situation because it can turn very tricky very quickly here in this overall situation. It can be, very adverse here as we're looking at things. Let me go ahead and look at the power outage numbers here. Switch over. Let me see what we have. Okay, Georgia, 981 customers. Baker County, Georgia, 118 customers. Doherty, 201 customers in the dark. In Florida, okay, it's starting to go up a little bit in Florida now. So let me go ahead, not go too crazy or anything, but we're over 10,000 now in the dark in Florida. So I think it's worth going to the paradise.us map as we look at things. You can see here, Leon County, a little over 2,000 customers in the dark. Liberty, 146. Gulf, 915. I think that might be where we're getting a little more of the icing to take effect here. But there's just so much snow out west that we do even have a few outages in like Santa Rosa County, Escambia, and Okaloosa counties as well. There's a little more, into the snow, and some of those, except for Leon, generally, those be, more populated than like Liberty though. So we'll be watching. I have a feeling we're going to have these counties like Baker County, and maybe Nassau County really lighten up with some outages here later on. It might not be, just everybody out, but, with the ice accumulations, there's some enhanced concern. Columbia County could be in that same boat here as well. It's not an easy forecast on that, but it's something we're just continuing to watch for, continuing to track here in toward the weather center. So let me see something. I'm going to do this on the fly. This is a tricky thing, but I'm going to do it on the fly here. I wanted to look at some of the information the Weather Service had in their hourly. I know they are going a little bit cooler now with tonight's low. That's intriguing. I haven't had a chance to look at some of their numbers, but they have actually all the way down to 24 now for tonight around start. That's a good bit lower than what we were looking at earlier on. And definitely, it's going to lead up to some type of wintry condition, whether, get to switch over to snow more, if it's just the iciness that we're going to have big problems with. But in their hourly, which I don't know if it's been updated to reflect that, because I'm looking, they have the 24. The reason I want to look at the hourly, I wanted to see if we're on track, because, so their hourly, they had it, it's something I generally wouldn't do live on the air like this, but we had it at 35 at 9. We're now, it's a little after 9:34, so almost on track. They have it getting to freezing here by 11 o'clock then here in Stark on their hourly forecast. Again, just kind of looking at some of the data, and they have it on this down about like 26 at 8 a.m., but again, they have the actual number to 24, so it's just kind of interesting to see if we're on track or not. The wind's 10 miles an hour, give or take, with the precip around, and they really, are saying that sleet chances now, the freezing rain chance comes into play, especially, they say around 3, but it'd be probably before that if we get to 32, obviously, and stay there, and start accumulating, and the snow chances the best between 5 and 8 a.m. according to their information directly, based on their forecasting data. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. That's, one way to look at things here in toward the meteorology. So again, just trying to see. You see now, Lake City's questionable precip 32, and probably be more freezing rain. I know we're going to wrap this soon so we can catch our breath before our next update at 10, unless we need to pop back in sooner. But want to check some traffic cameras around Lake City there in Columbia County just to see how things are going, because a lot of them are really dark though. That's the thing. Maybe too hard to make a lot out here. I'll have to look maybe some right into town. Let me do that. That's the thing. A lot of these at night. There's a handful that are, really clear images, but you have to kind of work for them. Bear with me. So we're going to try to pull up this window at I-75. This is one of the more, I think, popular cameras used, and a lot more, lighting with it at night. US 90, I-75, mile marker 427. And, we may start to see some of those raindrops. Those may start to freeze on the camera lens eventually here in this type of situation. They probably will as we look here at the situation. So I'm not really seeing that yet. I don't see any flurries. We're looking at this from an angle. There definitely could be some slick spots on that road, though. It does look like folks maybe are going a tad bit slower, possibly. It's hard to say for sure, but definitely need to exercise caution in a situation like this here tonight with a winter storm warning in effect in our north central Florida areas. As we're kind of giving you these viewpoints here and trying to keep you up to date on exactly what is going on. So just got to be really careful here for sure as we're kind of just watching the scenario deteriorate. Uh, a slew of vehicles right there. Just hoping nobody hit the slick spot here. I'd hate to see an accident live on the air, but it definitely could happen. Just keeping everybody, in my thoughts and prayers, and that you have a safe trip if you have to be out in this type of situation. But it really is, recommended not to be out here in a scenario like this one. So again, just continuing to track everything here, continuing to give you guys the very latest on what is happening. Let me see if there's any cameras around Tallahassee, see if anything's changed since we've been talking, because it could have. Let me check that one. I'll just check the one right in town again, because if that picks up, it may really tell a story. And it really hasn't. Maybe, I don't know if there's been any more wintry precip in there other than maybe the freezing rain, which you're not really able to see too much on this against, some of the rain could freeze to some of these, but you don't really see anything too crazy out of this. We're going to keep watching. We're going to keep tracking. This is all coming through at the time when you maximize your winter weather, winter storm, wintry precip potential. So definitely that's worth noting there. Let me see if there's any questions or comments. Don't see anything new right now, but we're watching all the different precip types. Of course, I'm back with another update here at 10. We're in alert mode. We're trying to keep you, your friends, your family safe and informed. I do see and also maybe some flurries mixing it across city. We have some cameras that I'll keep an eye on them. We haven't really seen too much with some of these. I think there's cameras there. I'll have to look, but nonetheless, we'll pop stuff in if we see something really noteworthy in between updates. We'll leave the radar up otherwise, and we'll be back at 10 with more weather information. So stay tuned, stay safe here. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud from the Weather Center, watching things for our 62 counties from Bradford County in north central Florida.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock as we continue to watch our winter storm. Winter storm warning effect for most of the area. You see around Tallahassee, the latest indicator is showing maybe more snow trying to creep in there toward Tallahassee Airport. So we should start to get that change over here become more prevalent. But we'll check some of the cameras here to try to get an idea maybe what's going on that hyper local type of level. So give me just 1 second here and I'll try to pull some of those up as we continue to watch this ongoing situation. So I know it's just crazy to see all the different reports, especially, like Gadsden County. They're getting a lot of snow out there further to the east. More of that ice trying to be an issue here. And that's, unlike the snow, it still can be dangerous, but it's what you want to see compared to the ice. That's for sure, as we continue to allude to that ice, also called freezing rain, of course, and you don't want that. So just continuing to give you the very latest here on what's happening. I know one of those cameras we keep looking at there, Florida 511, right in town there, we're not really seeing that wintry precip come down. It may be freezing rain, but you can't make that out there, as clearly on a camera side as you would sleet or snow. There was some of that earlier. You can see it on that card. I keep referencing that, but really right there in the heart of town, we're not necessarily seeing that. Now, toward I-10, it's a different story, I'm thinking here. As we've been showing you, we've seen more of that accumulate. There is some, white grounds here and the like, but my point is, it's not really accumulating too much here still toward that part of Tallahassee. So we'll keep checking though. It's supposed to, based on the guidance, switch, it should eventually switch and it should, in a pretty, impressive way because of the overall setup here. We at 10 o'clock at night. This is the perfect time to get this stuff to switch over. That's toward Appalachia Parkway where we're just looking. We'll go further off toward the north and the west now. Let me go ahead and hit Mission Road area. A lot different story up there. And you see a couple noteworthy things about this shot. So let me go ahead and pull it up. You're going to see more of that snow, more of that sleet there on the roadway here at this point in time. Mainly it looks like snow to me. But you also see some of that frozenness on the camera now. If you look there, you don't have to look too close. You can see some of that icicle effect now. Saw this toward FSU in 2014 with the freezing rain event then. And we're going to probably start to have more of that become a problem as we're getting below 32 degrees there. And then we're at here east of Stark, we're at 33.1. So, as we get 32.0 and below, that's when you start to have that become an issue. If you're really staying down there for a while with that precip, more that accumulates on power lines and the like, that's when you start to have problems. So you got to be really mindful. This is just, I know what you still always get off on exit 199 going to FSU, then Monroe Street. This is just to the west of Mission Road, and you see winter weather effect. When we looked in town toward Appalachia, it was more limited there. That precip that came on down. Now, as we continue, to look, talking about the wintry precip, of course, some of that probably was freezing rain, but in terms of sleet and snow, the white stuff. So again, let's go ahead and go back over here right now. We'll just keep looking at everything the best we can as we move minute by minute here in this type of set of circumstances. Let me check the power outage maps. Going up. We don't want it to go up. It's going up a little bit, 16,000 or so. Now, and most of that's, further west still. There's a chance that, it could be even worse toward like Columbia and Baker and Nassau, maybe even into Bradford as well here, based on some guidance I've been looking at behind the scenes. Duval County, that ice could really be a problem. It could really wreak havoc here as we look ahead later on into the overnight hours. Union County, Columbia, Swanee, Hamilton, you kind of get the idea. Let me go ahead and show up the power map on the screen now. You can see, looking at 16,195 customers in the dark. Duval County is a little over 1,500. Nassau 1. St. John's 83. I know there's a color table you can follow on this. It shows the percentages. None of the counties are really lighting up like you would during a hurricane or during that tornado, event for Tallahassee last of May. But we could start to see some of that effect later on tonight. Clay County, 535 customers in the dark. None in Bradford right now. I know, City of Stark getting tracked on this, but Alachua 42, Columbia 26 customers, pretty limited, but you start to get out here. 48 in Jefferson, 2,516 customers in the dark in Leon County, 47 in Wakulla, 4 in Gadsden, 188 in Liberty, none in Franklin, 124 in Gulf out of our area there, Calhoun, Handful Bay, where Panama City is, 1,900. Walden, a little over 2,000. You see Santa Rosa and Escambia counties here on the map. So again, we're watching that. We're also, of course, watching, watching our counties here as the night goes on. Continuing to give you the very latest on what's happening. I do want to, look at some of the Georgia information. I'm gonna look here. Some of the Georgia data is only about 1,996. I know McIntosh County, just north of southeast Georgia's, county that we cover, 652 customers in the dark, and in our southwest Georgia zones, Mitchell County, 257 customers in the dark, Baker County, Georgia, 118, Randolph, 140, and Quitman, 54 customers in the dark right now. So, definitely don't want to lose power when it's this cold, and there's a chance we could have escalated concern as we get to 3, 4, 5 a.m. toward part of northeast, north central Florida with the, ice. It might not be just, a glaze. It might not just be a tenth of an inch. It might be a quarter of an inch, or even in some cases, some of the models have shown upward of a half inch of ice accumulation in areas like Baker County here tonight, or maybe, getting even toward like Camden County, Georgia, Charlton County, Georgia. Gotta be really careful with that, folks. That can be, deadly here. Folks out and about, and even if you're sleeping, a tree could fall in your home, and that could be deadly as well because all that ice just adds up. And it falls. If you're in an area where a tree could fall on you, you might want to be in a different spot tonight. But as you go ahead and look at things, I know I'm looking. They sent out a special weather statement to the mobile office about the conditions are just life threatening for folks trying to get out on the road tonight. They really are urged not to do that here in a situation like this, obviously, with this historic scenario occurring, this the extreme danger here that, we're seeing folks face. So, again, the roads are just so treacherous out here. And, speaking of treacherous, I mean, it's still just coming down. I mean, somebody, if they haven't already, somebody's going to end up with a foot of snow in the Florida Panhandle outside of our area. I mean, this is just remarkable. I mean, the state record officially was only 4 inches, and we might see 3 times that. We're close to that in some of the reports I've seen, but somebody's going to end up with a foot of snow here in the Florida Panhandle, the way things look. Again, absolutely remarkable here. Almost just, almost impossible. It's not, it's happening. It's just, this is a once in a lifetime thing for a lot of folks out there. Just absolutely shocking. Let me go ahead. Excuse me, let me go ahead and show you some looks at things. I'm going to try to effort some more camera shots. Let's go toward the Phoenix Springs, maybe. Yeah, here's one. This really tells the story. Mile marker 83. Goodness gracious, and you're about to see it as well. I just saw it here, and there's so many to choose from. But what a shot this is on the Florida 501 perspective. Look at that. Oh my goodness. I mean, parts of I-10 are shut down, according to media reports. I mean, who wants to be out in something like this when it's so dark? Snow in Florida? I mean, of course, ice is even worse, but this much snow at night is not what you want to be out in either. It's, not many people are used to driving and stuff like this here. So again, a very tricky situation here. A very, bizarre set of circumstances here as we look at the situation. Again, this is outdoor to Phoenix Springs. They're in the Panhandle. A snowstorm hitting here. This would be the right time of year for it. We talked about 77 here. Bradford County got that snow, 3 inches in Stark. I've showed you the picture of Hampton before, but this is something that folks are never, ever going to forget here. The snow of 2025, the winter storm of 2025. We hope we're not just, we're talking about, hopefully it's more about the snow and not about the winter storm of 2025 with ice in our area later tonight, as it very well could be. probably will be based on this. I mean, we're down to 33.0 now. If that precip changes to snow, sleet, it's one thing, but it's probably going to be for a while freezing rain, and that's just going to add up. Maybe at some point it's switching around, but we're going to have some issues here, big issues, black ice. Just out here they don't have as much of the ice, but so much snow. More fun, still some danger. Further east, it'll be about less fun and more danger, unfortunately, as we're looking to where like Stark and McClinney and Callahan and Baldwin. You kind of get the idea here. I mean, there's so many semis that go through Baldwin. That sounds like a mess here tomorrow morning with the ice coming through. I hope folks are really staying off the road, state of emergency in place. So, again, just looking at things here. This is out way to the west, though, to Phoenix Springs. I mean, there's nobody out there for good reason right now. It's, unbelievable. And we've seen a lot, with all the hurricanes. This is unbelievable. One thing I've noticed, this reader is trying to send more snow toward Panama City. The model just showed eventually stuff just got to switch over. And that looks like around Port St. Joe. But that's all snow. That's very heavy snow. Though you see the report there in parts of Franklin County, Apalachicola, showing up as rain at 33 degrees. So, and some more ice pellets the last check around Tyndall Air Force Base. That'd be interesting. It could be very heavy. Ice pellets in there for sure. It's always tricky with these radars trying to figure out the precip type in a situation like this one. So again, just continuing to monitor things here. Continuing to give you the very latest here, minute by minute. I'm trying to see where else we want to go next. I'm just looking. We've had over a half inch of rain today, by the way, for east of Stark, and that's, kind of concerning because, nothing else. You get below freezing, you're going to have that turn into black ice as well. So what a mess. I mean, some of the models, some of the forecasts get in the mid-upper 20s for those lows here tonight now. We're a little bit cooler than we were thinking earlier on. So that's cause for escalated concern. Let me go ahead and see here some of the comments from some of the viewers at home. I know we got a couple. One, Liberty County, a smooth blanket of snow all across Liberty County. Yeah, definitely seeing that. It would see maybe some mixture again, as we talked about, with sleet, freezing rain, and but more of that snow. They did Liberty County, Georgia, by the way, as well, which I know. That's not our area, but they're getting some wintry weather up in that direction as well. But of course, our Liberty County was probably being referenced. You see the snowiness here on Wilma and the like there. Again, unreal. You see Quincy with snow. You see Havana, Midway, and then up to Bainbridge in Georgia, Decatur County, of Donaldsonville, Seminole County. You have Colquitt there getting the snow. Blakely. They're getting some snow. Albany's still getting snow. It's still adding up in Dougherty County. Might have a half foot by the time we're setting down in some of those areas. Tipton, I-75, Homerville right on the edge. So it's Waycross as we continue here to monitor things. And there's something I want to do. I know our model system won't see the freezing rains. I want to just, because this is so important here, I'm just going to kind of make it audible here. I mean, it's just a one-man band, but I generally don't use the model site that we use, that I look at a whole bunch. It's the College of DuPage site on the air. But I think this is important. I want to say it because we're so, at this point, it's not like a week out or, 3 days out. This is what's happening tonight. And I think it's important that the viewer understand the potential that could happen. So let me go ahead and kind of show you some different scenarios here. So let me make sure we're, at this point, I mean, we're, 14Z is 9 a.m. Part of the year is 10 a.m. This part of the year is 9 a.m. But I'm going to go ahead and kind of load this in here, and I'll show you some of the different scenarios. So we'll go ahead and put this behind me. This is the College of DuPage model information, the College of DuPage Next Lab here. Again, this is important to show on air. That's because nature of this here. I know they have great stuff to check out here. Use it a lot to, do my forecast here. Of course, we don't have our formal update tonight because we're in a special, very long form coverage to keep you, your friends, your family safe and informed. And I see there's a summary of local storm reports now. I hope they just sent out a whole bunch of reports about snow totals in the Tallahassee area. I'll check it here in a moment. I might step off for that. But here we go. So let's advance this. You see by around 9 a.m. or so, load. Take a second to load. This is so only about 1/10 of an inch of ice, Bradford and Clay. That's still noteworthy and could cause some issues, but it won't be as bad as some of the other scenarios. I'm also going to say here, and this updates every hour here, this short term at this point, still shows some precip that's, mixed, lingering. I'm going to back it all the way up and load it all in. And you see the blues there, that's the snow. And then you see, some of that trying to come on in. And there's the freezing rain. The snow really adds up around Savannah and Charleston now. And even Jacksonville getting, potentially a few inches according to one look at this. I know other look at this here, there's a different method of measuring the snow to liquid ratio here. But again, just continuing to track all this here for you. But I want to see the NAM model. It may not really be right, in a lot of ways and a lot of setups, but I think it's at least worth showing here. And I know I'm trying not to be too much in the way. I might have been a little in the way there because we're just trying to kind of orient ourselves. But, that's the snow. But that ice is not as bad as we saw at one point, but still very dangerous. And this is still in over a ½ inch of ice here, still almost, over 3/4 around Fernandina. That's an inch right there. But ½ inch around like start, that'd be really bad. I mean, a ½ inch or more is when you're really going to start to have widespread power outages. So that's still the high end of the scenario here. This short term, we got to look at all of our different, options here. And let's look at this. This is the GFS American model. It's showing that corridor in like Camden and Glen add up to 3/4 of an inch of ice. And even in Bradford, 1/4 of an inch. Columbia County, Suwannee County, you see a lot of ice still adding on up. Snowfall right on the edge there again. But again, I just wanted to kind of go through that here with you real quick because some of that I can say and some of it I can't. Look at that. That GFS was trying to spit out 10 inches of snow for Tallahassee. I don't think we're going to get that, but I think you're going to get a good bit here. It's going to switch here, very rapidly, as we're looking in the short term now. I know I say that and it's been hours, but my point is, eventually it's just going to be like, we had the little, hint of it earlier, and maybe trying to do it now even. Eventually it just has to switch over to early in Tallahassee. You're not going to get 10 inches, but you can get, multiple inches of snow here in Tallahassee, on Appalachia and IDFSU campus through the night here. So what an event this is. Folks were jumping for joy for the flurries earlier on, but this could be much more substantial than that. Obviously, probably will be. But again, you see all the snow in Georgia. I mean, it's a lot more impactful, like Thomasville, Camilla, Bainbridge, Blakely, Albany, Tipton, up to Cordell, this outside of our area, but I-75 being impacted. In fact, also some freezing rain somewhat up there, which is problematic. It's that pink, icon with the raindrop. That's freezing rain indications. But covered map we go. I wanted to see what that report information was because I want, if it's a summary of everything, it'd be great. Because I know we haven't really seen a whole bunch of that information come out of Tallahassee yet. I know Mobile office has been sending them out a little bit more as they happen. Granted, some of them were earlier, but it's kind of still more in the here and now. Okay, they did send this out, a good bit of them. Some of them are from earlier. Some of them won't show up on this map, or on the radar map, I should say. Okay, some reports. Let me go ahead and go through them here. There's a lot of them in here, so I need to load them all. Okay, so Dougherty County at 5:30 p.m. 1.8 inches of snow is reported. I'm going to skip some of them out of our viewing area, but Decatur County, Georgia, climax around 7:25. Keep in mind, more has been added up since. 2 inches of snow reported. Lee County, Leesburg, Georgia, 4.5 inches of snow reported at 7:35 p.m. Gadsden County, 3.5 inches reported around Quincy at 7:50 p.m. Clay County, Georgia, around Fort Gaines, 5 inches of snow reported at 8 p.m. Looking here around Blakely, Early County, 7 inches of snow reported at around 8:49, and it's still falling. There over a ½ foot of snow around Blakely. As we're looking at this, as we're watching this here. Okay, so those look like some of most of them are areas. Over half foot of snow reported in Blakely. That is remarkable. Absolutely insane amounts of snow here in portions of a viewing area. Over half foot there in Blakely. You know, Blakely, Georgia there. We're talking about Early County on the map. You see Clay County, Georgia. You see Baker County, Georgia. You see Miller County. Well, there's Early County. They've had over a half foot of snow there. Northwest of Tallahassee, west of Albany, where they've seen a good bit too. And it's still falling at this hour. Just absolutely remarkable. These numbers coming on in here toward the Weather Center. Again, just absolutely just incredible. I mean, there's so many adjectives I can use. Just, mind-boggling. Absolutely mind-boggling here. I'm trying to effort some more information while I'm off camera right now. Just bear with me just for a moment. Trying to see if there's anything else I can pull up for everybody here, for the viewership. Just seeing what we can show you. So important here. Bear with me. Just trying to look at everything here, okay. Just trying to keep you safe and informed. I'm trying to see if there's anything new here on one of my sources. Okay, just wanted to kind of double check some things. Let me check the questions while I'm over here, and then I'll jump back in front of the chroma key here in just a moment. And somebody asking, is Jacksonville really going to get snow? I think there'll be some mixing in. Not sure how much we'll see exactly, because things have, in any situation, when a situation is so bizarre like this, they're going to vary. They're going to vary, obviously, here as we're looking at things. So again, we're just continuing to track the very latest. Just, we're going to be here. We're going to be here for you in this ongoing scenario. 33-0 here in Bradford, so it's not dropping quite as fast as it was, but that's East Bradford on my thermometer right now. Let me see real quick. I'm going to check. Hopefully not too many folks on the road. I'm going to check the incident reports here. We're not really, most of us sitting could be at freezing, but no reports of any accidents as of this moment, at least. That's good. School's closed in Bradford tomorrow. No FSU. They're closed again tomorrow. Tallahassee, UF. I was looking at at the last check, they were going to be closed until a little after noon. So that's kind of the storyline there. Some of the other folks, around our area were looking at, things along those lines. I believe it's the Bradford County Clerk of the Court and the library as well. They're going to be closed part of the day and kind of evaluate to see if the roads are safe enough to be able to have, the different things take place there later on in the day. So, we're just going to have to see how things go. Depending on how much of this accumulates, it might be a situation where you might have more problems. The more ice we have, the more issues. But even the snow around here, probably more just a snow day, I would think, if we got that. If it's more just rain, though, then folks will probably be going in there at, 12:01, depending on 12:30. We'll just look at your times on the different Facebook pages and to get the precise information on that. But I know school's closed all day, though, in Bradford. Most of the schools around here are closed tomorrow. Not everybody, but most are, as of last check. So, again, that's kind of the storyline there. As we look at our 62 counties, I'm back on one of the key one, and I want to get those reports in because kind of, some of these have been a little bit, as they happen out of some of the other offices, but Tallahassee has kind of put them all together in a little bundle, and I had to step off to get that so I could read them off to you. I could have looped this around, and we could have done it that way, but probably just a little bit better to do it the way I did it. So, again, we're still watching. We're still tracking, about to wrap at 2:11 unless something is more pertinent here that I need to touch on. But let me see if we have any more camera shots that we need to show you guys around like Tallahassee, Florida 511 perspectives. Let's see what we could show potentially here. I just want to see the snow. Let's check that camera right in town again. Most of the camera shots that we have are like still shots right in town, but we have that one live visual there. DOT from the Florida 511 perspective. It's still not really showing like flurries or anything. It's still just kind of that wetness, probably some frozen ground there at this point, but nothing just overwhelming at the moment. But that should change here, and we're going to keep you up to date. We'll be back at 11 unless we need to pop back in sooner. We'll, leave the radar up if I have some interesting images on the traffic cameras. If there's something really different. I mean, I haven't been popping them up much because we haven't had anything different. Like all of a sudden Lake City or that one camera in Tallahassee showing snow. That's kind of what I mean by that. But really to start all of a sudden seeing a switch over from something different, and it's just something different. I want to pop that up there, if I see that. But Gadsden's been the same story. It's been pretty similar. But in Georgia, a lot more folks are getting the snow, obviously, as we're looking definitely overachieving. We said 2 to 4, Southwest Georgia, and probably ended up being more of a range of 3 to 5 with some isolated. We had 7 in Blakely there. So what a story that is up that way. Definitely thought it more likely to be some more snow there, but overachieving there. The model guidance, even some of the models were really aggressive on the edge, but a lot of it's been sleet, freezing rain, or just rain, right along the edge of the precip type cutoff here. But we're at 33.0 here east of Stark. I'll be watching all night. I know our system won't see you rain, or it will see rainfall estimates, but it won't see snowfall estimates necessarily. And I did show some precip in here and the like, but since this has really been all precip down here, that's what I wanted to show. It's all precip. It's been all rain. I know we're not used to talking about snow, but and sleet and freezing rain, but our system won't show like freezing rain totals or snow totals in that form. So it's precip totals, but in this case, this has all been rain. So I wanted to show you this, except for the occasional ice pellet or flurry, maybe. We've had 2/3 of an inch of rain around Stark. So if anything, that becomes black ice, and then that's not great either when we get colder. So, and on top of the freezing rain, so it's not the greatest scenario here, but we're gonna watch the trends. We're gonna be watching everything for you. You see 32 there at Keystone now. We're still at 33 here east of Stark, but I'm gonna be watching everything throughout the night. And you see how cold it is to north and west. That definitely has an impact on temperatures in the days to come. I know some of the models, as we get ready to wrap at 2:11, unless we have something to pop in for, like I have a, maybe a piece of sleet in my hand that we grab from outside. If that starts to happen more prevalently here and become more prevalent, if I had to do that and have that, I'll pop on. But let me go ahead and I want to just go to the model guidance for Thursday morning here, because the cooler that is up there. Okay, that's the current radar. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm thinking there. That's a little bit interesting. You could have quite a bit of mixed precip now on Thursday morning here to start today. Granted, the accumulation issue, it might be worth sleet or something, but another day of that, that's kind of interesting coming back into the picture now. So I'm going to do this a weird way. I'm going to back it up. This is like in the night, and then, as we get close for the, we've already have black ice, but look at all, that's quite a bit more than what it was showing earlier on. Let me see here. Not really showing it snow, though. It looks more like sleet, maybe, or maybe some freezing rain in there. That's about the worst I've seen that there. That really hangs around a lot more because of that cold air to the north. So we may have issues with school on Thursday morning. If it's not just because of the black ice, it may actually, the sleet is one thing you may be able to still have class. But between that and the black ice, I'm talking about like Stark and Jacksonville, it may not happen on Thursday either, especially, as we're looking, people trying to get up early. I would think at least a 2-hour delayed start would probably need to be the storyline on that Thursday at the bare minimum. Even if we don't get that other type of precip to come in because the air is going to be now colder, we're thinking it might be light rain. Instead, that might be freezing precip as well. So It's a mess here. We'll kind of be out of the big coverage here probably a little after sunrise tomorrow, but we might have to be really watching things, in a lot, less widespread but still impactful way on Thursday morning too. So that's a developing storyline that's becoming more likely in some of the models. Not a guarantee, but that's a trend. That was quite a bit of it, more than what I'd been seeing before. It looked like a sleet type of situation, maybe Thursday. So, wow, we're busy here. We're gonna stay busy, and we're gonna be with you all night, every hour, top of the hour, giving you the latest. But if we need to pop back in sooner, we will. Otherwise, we'll see you back here at 11. The winter storm warning still in effect, and we're watching the wintry weather that moves across portions of our viewing circle. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you here again in about 30 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the top of the hour, 11 o'clock. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on this winter storm situation. You can see here we're just watching the different trends in toward the weather center. You can see around Tallahassee right now that snow trying to become more prevalent here. You see some indicated maybe further east of that, according to the METAR reporting sites as well. But where you have that white on here, that's where the snow is very prevalent. Trace Media report now 7 inches of snow around Leesburg and Lee County, Georgia. So numbers just continue to stack up, over a half foot of snow up there. It's remarkable what we're seeing, obviously, with the system, with the meteorology coming into play. So again, just trying to continue to monitor everything. I know here east of Stark, we're down now to 32.6 degrees. And once we get to 32.0, that's when that freezing rain, if you're not getting sleet or snow, the freezing rain is going to be the problem here. And even the rain on the ground is going to start to coalesce here into ice as well, and that black ice potential too. So that's that hidden danger out there that can be so dangerous and even deadly. So we really need to be mindful of that. So again, let me check some of those traffic cameras again around Tallahassee and some of those Florida 511 cameras to try to get an idea of exactly what is going on here. It looks like we might be starting to see a little bit more white here on that one camera. It's not really prevalent, but it does look like it's a little bit more so now toward the Florida Department of Transportation. So we'll pull that on up here. You can see what we're talking about. If you look in the lights here now, it looks like some wintry precipitations. That can always be deceiving because we're not really seeing a lot of anything come up, though. Just looking at the top left corner there, you see a little bit of a flurry here or there maybe, but it does look a little bit wider on the road. It could just be the ice coming into play too in that area. So it's always, kind of tricky here as we're looking. This is right there toward Appalachia and toward Tallahassee. So again, just continuing to give you the latest in that regard as we're trying to give you the latest updates. That's Appalachia there, Appalachia Parkway and Tallahassee. Further to the north, snowfall potential, more prevalent. It's really become that. You're seeing the snow really add up around Old Bainbridge Road and mile marker 198 on I-10 now. Here to look at that. So that's really becoming more of a storyline there. So you see some folks doing about. You have to see this here getting below that freezing point. Rain freezing there, and you see the icicle effect, and saw a lot of that as I alluded to earlier in 2014 with the ice storm that I was there for. FSU, that was a big deal. We didn't have the sleet, or we did have the sleet, but we didn't have the snow then. As we were looking at things, as we were tracking the situation. So again, just continuing to follow along here with the latest developments. Just trying to keep you guys abreast of everything here in toward the weather center. You just see here the overall environment is one that, compared to in town, looks a lot more wintry. I mean, there could be some factors to that, besides just the geography. We could be seeing some of the urban adjacent there, the urbanization really play a role there toward parts of, into Tallahassee, with the temperature being a little warmer, but eventually this is going to, that temperature difference is going to be, become more of a, not big deal as the snowfall, becomes a predominant form of precip there. For the east, maybe not in north central, northeast Florida as much. Not going to probably be the predominant form. We're going to have some mixing in at times for sure, it would seem, in a lot of communities. And we're going to continue to monitor all the trends here and give you the very latest updates. So let me go ahead here and move away from this perspective, you see some folks taking it pretty slow on the roads there. It's just something folks are not used to dealing with, obviously. Let me go ahead and check here. Just checking things here. Seeing some comments. Daniel watching on Facebook. Asking about snow in Bradford. It's possible. The flurries here, maybe, a dusting mixing on in, but the black ice, the freezing rain, the sleet look like the higher probability events here, especially, I mean, we're only half a degree now from the freezing point. So definitely icy roads. That's a certainty at this point because we're definitely going to drop, way more than a half a degree here. Expected to drop several degrees. Some of the guidance getting us into the 20s now. So with the wet ground, that's going to freeze. You had the black ice, but the freezing rain with the, rain that's happening at, or below when it's 32 degrees, that's a problem. Going to probably have some sleet mixing in. And again, some flurries, maybe a dusting here of snow, not out of the question, but the ice, the black ice, that's the problem some extent, but then the freezing rain is the biggest problem. That's the extreme danger. Truly could have, a lot of problems with that tomorrow, based on, a lot of the stuff that I'm looking at here. Going to be very treacherous. Really shouldn't be out on the roads as we're looking at things as we look ahead toward that Wednesday. And now even some guidance showing some sleet, maybe, or some freezing of the rain that's already on the road, or freezing rain on that Thursday morning for what would be the morning commute toward Lake Stark and Jacksonville, Gainesville vicinity as well. That's, something that's a new development here because it's going to be so cold. The snowpack here is going to keep things quite a bit colder than what the forecast was for. And then because of that, you're now going to see cooler air in play around the region with some more precip coming back in. So it is something, to behold. I mean, still, what is truly something to behold, 7 inches of snow in part of southwest Georgia. A couple different reports of over a half a foot of snow in our viewing area. And then out toward Pensacola and some of those areas, we're seeing, give or take around 10 inches of snow. Truly remarkable stuff, just absolutely shattering the official Florida state record here, the state of Florida record of 4 inches of snow in Milton, Florida, years and years ago. And we had some reports maybe a little higher and, that weren't measured, officially. But we've now, by the time we're done with this, maybe end up tripling that. But that is just, absolutely just incredible to talk about, incredible to see as we're monitoring things, as we're giving you the very latest updates. So again, we're just going to go ahead and keep on tracking the situation. I know Waycross, it would seem, that some of this here out to the north and west, if it's not heavy sleet, it may be some snow coming in. Let me see if we have some reports here. I don't see a lot of them, unfortunately. We were getting pretty widespread reports earlier, but our other radar here, our other source, as we kind of switch around here, you see Waycross, you see what looks to be snow, but there's some mixed precip. This is trying to sell more mixed, the different reader interpretations. I definitely think at 32.4, 32.5, freezing rain, is becoming a closer storyline. Some of these spots are probably a half-degree core, so we're probably starting to get some issues here. Some slick spots starting to become prevalent now toward Tallahassee. Let's get over and toward Leon County now. School closures, a storyline, but also power internet disruptions. Ice pellets, sleet, 10:51 p.m., 10:20, some snow mixing in. Just, like there, 10:46, some mixed precip on Killarney Estates and I-10. So kind of that mixing still, which you don't want to see because that just adds to the power outage concern as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation. So, it's dark here right now, but if we saw some bouncing of stuff and the wind picking up, you might be able to see some stuff like we did the other day on that. In our severe weather coverage early Sunday, we saw a little with the rain and the wind, right there, at the viewpoint. But let me check some power outage numbers. Okay, 18,000 or so now in the state of Florida. That number keeps going up. It's not just, extraordinary. And I'm hearing a little, I don't have a way to look at it really, careful while I'm on the air, but I hear little bounces every once in a while on the metal roof where we're at. And I tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if some sleet's mixing in some ice pellets, from time to time. Even if I go out there, I don't really see them so far. It'll probably become more prevalent as the night goes on, as we cool off even more so. Just, a remarkable event for the area. Let me go ahead and pull this on up. Our power is mapped though as we continue along here at 11:11 p.m. on this Tuesday, on this January 21st, 2025. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We got a long night ahead of us here as we're looking further east. Eventually, next couple hours, we switch into a different stream as we get past the 8-hour markers. So, some of the different streams cut off at that point. We're on Facebook, Casey Cloud Every Acts, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter /X at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather, and Twitch Cloud Weather. So follow on different platforms. You can back it up, that DVR functionality on YouTube. If you missed something I said and you want to watch it here while the stream is still going, you have that functionality where you have the DVR and watch, what I said 30 minutes ago. I wasn't on then. You just had the radar. You could look at that or watch what I said an hour ago. On demand, you have to quadrant.com with all the different links that are available as well. So, again, we're just continuing to track all this. Not too many outages yet. Almost 1,000 on Clay, a little over 100 in Duval. As we continue to look, you see 464 in McCullough. Almost 4,000 customers now in Leon. So that, frozen precip becoming more of a concern. Jefferson a few hundred. And then you just kind of see the storyline continue here. A couple thousand on Walton. It's very chilly out here. So we hope the power can get back on as quick as possible. We saw around Pensacola, I know those wind chills are going to be just absolutely brutal. Some areas are going to have now with the, temperature combined with the wind, some single-digit numbers based on that snowpack. They're a little bit poor because there's more snow than what was forecast. That, increases snowpack. That causes the temperatures to be a little bit cooler. In this pattern, such a bizarre scenario for this part of the country. Something you would deal with maybe in, the Midwest or the Northeast, not here in Florida and Georgia, but we're dealing with it. And that could help, to influence maybe the overall pattern could. Maybe some wintry precip on that Thursday morning as well now. To some degree, that's a new development. I got to look through all the models, but the high-res model was indicating that. We'll see how impactful. If nothing else, there'll probably black ice on the road Thursday morning. But that's, something that could at least cause, not tomorrow, but Thursday too, some school impacts, maybe at least being delayed a couple hours. A lot of the other parts of the country, they don't do it around here too much like this, but sometimes you delay the start of school by 2 hours, and that can kind of get the job done. It might be able to on Thursday, but we'll have to just see how things go between, if there's some wintry precip added to it. If it's just sleet, it's one thing, but if it's freezing rain, then that could be a different kind of concern. It may not amount to a lot, but if we already have the ice, that kind of comes back, refreezes, that's not something you're used to around Stark, Gainesville, Jacksonville. So we're down to 32.3 now. We're getting very close to that freezing point here east of Stark. So these trends, we're going to see that ice storyline come into play here, that layer there of that frozen precip, and it could really, become more and more prevalent here as we go on to this situation. I know if we start seeing like sleet or snow, of course, freezing rain, I can't do it like that, but if there's sleet or snow, I'll come, with a glove, if it can survive me, bringing it from outside into here. If it's big enough, I'll try to cut in real quick in between our updates and just show it to you on the camera. If it's not already, we have one of our normal updates at that point. So a busy story. I know in other parts of the country at night there's snow. You kind of just, some of the stations, it happens a lot, maybe 2 or 3 times or more, depending on where you are every year. Something like this. In other parts of the country, it's not as big of a deal. But for here, it's a very big deal, treating it like it's not one, but it's treated like a tropical system here pretty much with the level of coverage that we're providing on this because, There are unique impacts, but unlike a tropical system, unlike a hurricane, especially, and unlike a tornado, this does have with the snow some fun, things to see. But the ice is very dangerous. There's two sides of the coin here. The only good thing per se with a tropical system is when you have a drought and you get just enough rain to get out of the drought. But it brings a lot of bad things with it too. A hurricane obviously is mainly just bad. Some of our tropical storms over the years have been, beneficial rain producers. So there is that side to it. But obviously snow is a lot funner than this rain, beneficial rain. But that can be important, as well. I mean, we were concerned about some drought issues. I know with some of this ice around, that could end up knocking some trees down. That could be an issue later on. But the rain for now should kind of keep things moist and the frozen precip. But we still could have some issues later on, maybe in the months to come if we don't get a lot of rain. And, some of those trees, depending on how bad the ice is, if they get knocked down, it's one thing. If not, maybe not. But some of the stuff's going to be, kind of, just destroyed by some of these colder temperatures, depending on where you are in our viewing circle. And that, can be a problem here as we're in the weeks and months to come in terms of maybe fuel for a fire. That's not out of the question here. Some of that underbrush and the like. I know sometimes that's a concern after a hurricane. It's not something we're used to talking about around here. And it may not become that big of an issue. We're just not used to it. And if we get enough rain in the months to come, and we're getting the precip right now, so it wouldn't be a short-term concern, I wouldn't think. It's just something to think about maybe long-term if we still have some of that, dryness there around in terms of some of those tree limbs and the like that were damaged here by the icy conditions and knocked down. 32.4 now east of Stark. I keep hearing little bounces occasionally. They're not really prevalent. Nothing like that hail we had last year or, just a couple weeks from now. That 1 year anniversary coming up of that. But you do hear a little bounce here or there as we look at the situation. So I know we're also coming up on the 8-year anniversary of the tornado outbreak in Georgia. It's the 21st, so that means the 22nd, that morning, that day, we had all that, havoc there with all the fatalities in our Georgia counties 8 years ago, that anniversary, Adel and Albany. This time it's snow, though. Still can be dangerous, of course, especially with that ice underneath it, but, that's not nearly dangerous as if ice being more prevalent. I know we see some meat charts out to Lake City and Cross City with snow mixing in. It's possible, Perry as well. But it's not, something to be more than probably those flurries for now. But as we watch that freezing point play a role here, you definitely got to be on top of things, as things are going to become more treacherous through the night in our areas further off toward the east. So a pretty big deal, obviously. Let's see if there's any new questions or comments. Parroted numbers. The update now has Wakulla a little over 1,000 in the dark. 1,000 customers. So I know we're now getting a comment from AJ here on YouTube that they're in Tallahassee, north of I-10 and Thomasville Road, and there's some solid rain and sleet with the lawn, parking lots, and cars covered in frozen precipitation that's right starting to add up. They're talking about maybe an inch thick. Hopefully, that wouldn't necessarily be the case, because if we had an inch thick, on everything like the power lines and the like, then that would be devastating. But in some areas that that are more prone to it, it sounds like it's building up, and that's a sign, if we keep getting that, of some more problems to come. And that parroted number in Leon instead of 3,000 or 4,000. Could really continue to start to go up if we keep getting that ice to weigh things down here through the night, as we're looking at things. So, again, just continuing to monitor the scenario here, continuing to track it, and, looking at all of our different data here in toward the Weather Center. So 11:19 is our time right now. We're going to take another break and be back here at midnight. Unless we need to pop back in earlier with more information, or when we have some of that frozen precip, so y'all pop in with that. If that becomes, a prevalent storyline here in Stark, where I'm at, if I can bring some of those pieces to you, then we'll pop in at once. But otherwise, unless we have something like that or more pertinent information, additional pertinent information. We'll see you back here at midnight, 12 a.m. from the Weather Centers. We're watching things for 62 counties from Stark here in Bradford County in north central Florida. But you know what? Real quick, we just got a new summary report. Okay, well, there they are. I don't have to step off, I don't think, for some of these. We just got a new report on the snow totals. So I was gonna get ready to step off. We just got some new numbers. Cairo, 3 inches just coming in. Valdosta, 4 inches of snow there. Reported north side of Valdosta with it still falling as of 10:30. That Cairo report, it was as of 10:53 to 3 inches. Nashville, Georgia, around 2 inches of snow. That's being reported as of 10:49. Sylvester, east of Albany, that area technically in the Pullen community in Worth County, 6.5 inches of snow. These are remarkable numbers that we really just don't see around here. And we're going to be talking about more of these remarkable numbers. You know, they'll be less further east, but they'll still be remarkable for the areas we're talking about. We'll talk about more of this here with our continuing historic winter storm coverage at the top of the hour, midnight, 12 a.m. here on all the different platforms: Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. Stay tuned.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's midnight, 12 a.m. In that eastern time zone, and we're still tracking the wintry weather here, impacting a lot of the viewing circle. You do see all that snow there in Georgia, especially down to 30 degrees in Waycross now. I mean, some areas around Albany there picking up a half foot of snow. I mean, you almost have to, think about catching yourself when you're saying that because you think, well, there's no way that's true, but that's exactly what has happened. I mean, Lee County around Palmyra, almost 8 inches of snow near the intersection of Fussell Road and US 82 West. I mean, just absolutely incredible amounts that people be talking about for a generation. Again, this is a big deal, obviously, and it's something. I mean, I say a generation, but depending on how much we get in some of our Florida counties, it could be even longer than that. But further out toward the Panhandle areas west of our viewing circle, especially, people are going to be talking about this for the rest of their life, no doubt about it. I mean, just absolutely remarkable, edging close to a foot of snow in towards some areas, in toward the western Florida panhandle, which is just absolutely shattering the official state record. Multiple spots, just absolutely shattering it. It was 4 inches officially going back, decades around Milton, Florida. Well, getting close 3 times that here in spots. I mean, there was an unofficial thought maybe of about a half foot or more at one point in an area around Jay, Florida, way out there in the Panhandle, but we're way over that. Just absolutely historic. A hurricane, or not a hurricane. I have to kid myself because we had all those hurricanes last year, and this, the way we're having to do this is kind of like hurricane coverage, but instead of a hurricane for record books, it's a winter storm for the record books here, folks. Absolutely incredible stuff that we're talking about. I know one thing I am noting now here is the dark, our temperature's rising just a little bit, which could, help to prevent some of that ice, from accumulating as much here in the short term, 32.6 degrees. So that is a storyline for sure. Seeing that little increase here for a moment, because 32.0 here is what is considered, excuse me, that freezing point, where we're really seeing the consequences become, reality here based on what the forecast was for, and that's for the ice to really accumulate later on in the night. I do expect that to happen. The longer it takes to get, at below 32, though, the better we are in a lot of ways. You can still get flurries and sleet mixing in, but it does, decrease the chance of bigger problems here with this winter weather event. So, again, just continuing to give you the latest. We're in alert mode, obviously. You can just see the overall scope of the situation as we're looking at our maps here. And we're just continuing to keep you guys up to date. I know I'm going to go ahead and we did get some looks at the Georgia cameras since our last update. I was pulling up a couple of them, and I want to pull them up while I'm with you guys talking now. We want to also let you know, so we're at this 12 o'clock update. So after this update, I'm going to cut the streams, and then we'll be back on by 1 o'clock here to continue our coverage because we have to about 8 hours or so is when Facebook says we can't keep streaming here on, the same stream. It'll just end it. So we have to go ahead and do that. I know we're just about 7 hours, but thinking in case things, start to ramp up here, I want to make sure we're in a better spot. So that we're, ready for something if it really starts to become a little bit more prevalent here. And I didn't, want to start the stream too late in the night either. If I could help it at least. I know we do that sometimes with our daily updates, but I want to try to help, that we just start a little bit earlier and go from there. Of course, we can always cut back in a little bit quicker if something really starts to ramp up. If we start seeing like sleet or flurries here where I'm at, I have some of that to show you guys. But again, let's just go ahead and say some of these shots. These are the DOT cameras, the 511 DOT cameras out of Georgia. And we're going to try to see some around Sylvester. I know I was pulling some up a little while ago. It looks like now maybe having an issue with some of them again. These are always finicky. As we've talked about, but we had some of them up if you were watching in the 11 o'clock hour, some really impressive shots coming out of there. Okay, let me see if I can pull up Waycross at least. We had those up when we were on here, just in between updates in the 11 o'clock hour. Okay, we do have one out of Ware County to say Waycross. So let's go ahead and switch on over toward that Georgia 501 source here momentarily. I know we're sticking with you as long as we can to keep you guys safe and informed here in this winter weather situation. I know my voice, getting a little hoarse at times, but it's all about keeping you guys informed. And snow can be a lot of fun, but we have to watch out for those, areas of ice underneath as well. Definitely have to watch out for those hidden hazards, and just the straight up ice in general can be very problematic. Okay, here's a camera center. Some of them having trouble loading, but this one came right up here in the Waycross area, and it tells you a very slick story. Is that storyline? I know, unfortunately, we don't have any in stock we can save on traffic cameras, but this is the Georgia 511 camera out of the Waycross area. You see some folks trying to get out and about, but you can definitely see it's very nasty looking out there. Some snows in here, I would think, as well as sleet and freezing rain. You see, it looks like some folks, right there outside. I mean, just, hoping everybody stays safe here. But we've had kind of that mixed precip here in that area below freezing, so it's definitely slick. Since, hadn't been a whole bunch of snow, but there's been some there around Waycross in southeast Georgia. So again, just trying to give you that viewpoint here of what's happening. Again, this is a different, source instead of the Florida 501. There are some in Georgia we're now able to show you here from time to time. The Georgia, DOT camera side. So really trying to effort all the different resources here the best we can in this type of scenario. As the night goes on, winter storm warning continues. We'll be here giving you the updates at least every hour, the top of the hour, on that next stream here as well through the night, because this is a big deal here in the weather center, obviously. So again, let me move away from that shot for now, though, and we'll go ahead and jump back on over here toward the other viewpoint, and that's the Doppler technology. Let me see what else we might have here. I'm going to see what else we can effort maybe in those Georgia cameras, since we haven't shown you too many of those. A lot of them just, unfortunately, the streams just aren't available. Hidden here and there, it's hit and miss. But, okay, this one out of Tift County is available, and it's a winter wonderland there. But let's go see that Georgia 511 DOT camera. We're able to show you these, and you can see State Road 520 and State Road 35/US 82, kind of telling that weather story there. All that snow, a half foot in some areas of South Georgia, Southwest, Georgia, really is what I'm talking. Just absolutely remarkable. Let me go ahead and just continue to watch here, continue to track, continue to give you guys the very latest here. Just trying to effort some of these here. Unfortunately, most of them don't want to come up here on the fly. I'll check Thomasville. Maybe some of those will. Okay. I think we got one here in Thomasville, in Thomas County. So let's go ahead and look down that way now, into Peach State. And you can see all that snow there accumulating. This is State Road 35 at Pine Tree Boulevard. So again, kind of giving you that look outside here to Georgia 511 cameras here. Look at this, all that winter weather, all that snow there. In this case, really accumulating here. These are going to be visuals we remember in some cases for a lifetime here, making those lifetime memories. But you also got to stay safe with all that ice, because that can be very hazardous, obviously. And this could really start to show up a lot more pink on our map. Purple is supposed to be more sleet. Sometimes it can be, mixing the precip as well. But the pink is what we're, really watching out for. But some of that still could be prevalent without it showing up in the actual technology here. So just kind of trying to give you some views of the situation. Again, just trying to see what we can provide. Let's try to get up to Adale. We'll try some of those cameras. They don't want to load, do they? No, that one's not loading either. Okay, but I need to go in here for, as I'm looking the months ahead for severe coverage, and some of them do load up. For a while it was the steel sites out of Georgia. Some of them will work now. I need to make a list of like the ones here that do work. Because some cities, they say they have them and then they won't come up. There's no way to tell them apart on here. It's kind of hit and miss. Let's see, is this one working in Glenn County? Sometimes it looks like they're working and they won't load. So again, kind of hit and miss here as we're looking. Some of the traffic cameras trying to look at a behind the scenes, a one-man band here. Let me try Folkestone area. Is that one gonna load? Okay, Camden County. I don't know if there's as much wintry precip here. It's a lot darker. I'll just throw it up since it is coming up real quick. Maybe a vehicle coming through here might illuminate things for a second. But it's iffy seeing much on that. Okay, but again, just trying to give you guys a look here at the overall situation. Let's check some of the Florida 501 cameras here. First, I'm going to check the power rated numbers. They're staying pretty flat here, except, what color? Well, most, in terms of the state numbers, they're staying flat, but in our area, it looks like the percentage in our area is going up, though. So that's kind of tricky here. Not exactly what you want to hear about. I know it's hard to measure freezing rain in the here and now. The state number is 17,000 or so, but, instead of some of the outages in different counties, maybe outside of our area, we're starting to see what color especially have big problems. You can see orange there indicating a higher percentage of outage now. We haven't really seen anything like this, in terms of the outages being this, prevalent in our area now, with Bacula having about a fourth of the customers in the dark. So it must be getting more of that icing there, in that coastal county, maybe areas like Crawfordville, in between there, having some problems. Franklin County now almost 1,000 out. Jefferson County a little over 700, and Leon, a lot more folks, 1,650. That's not terrible for them overall, percentage-wise. We've seen, way worse with the tropics, but then also that tornado event last May. But it is cold out there. We don't want the number to go up. We want it to go down, and nobody without power, obviously. So, going to keep watching these numbers here. There are still some folks out further back, but some, I think Okaloosa's number's gone down. Let's check Georgia. We do have a few folks there, like around Charlton in the dark, Tiff, Doherty, Mitchell, Grady. I think some up in the Savannah TV Market, McIntosh. Just kind of giving you an idea of what's going on there. So, again, the freezing rain is the problem when you have the icing to accumulate, because that causes stress on trees and power lines, and obviously it can also cause more accidents as well. So, such a big storyline, such a big deal that this event is. As we thank you so much for tuning in and trusting me. But we're going to have more coverage once we cut this stream. We'll be back by about 1 o'clock with another stream here on all the different platforms. Facebook, KC Cloud WX, Facebook, Cloud Weather, Twitter/X at Cloud KC, YouTube at Cloud Weather, cloudweather.com. It has all the list of those, and then Twitch is another one of the platforms. But, if you want to see what I've been talking about the last little bit in between, you can go back on different streams once they're off. You can use DVR on all of them, but when we're on, it's just YouTube, and then also you have the interactive radar. That might show different areas of precip, different types, on cloudweather.com/radar. Might kind of have to play around with that a little bit to try to kind of figure out, what's going on. As I know, some of the stuff that we see on the air might be a little bit, easier to kind of see you guys when we're live. So, again, as we're looking at things, I know Gaston County's a lot of concern about accidents there, according to Florida 511, just all the treacherous conditions. As we're looking at things, let's go ahead and show you around Jefferson County. It looks, I just saw, let me see if we get more vehicles through here before I see what I'm saying. It looked kind of nasty, and there's icicles on the camera too. So this is, what we're concerned about, the freezing conditions. Not what you want to see, obviously, causing more problems potentially as the night goes on. as the night goes on here. I know we're at 32.5 again here east of Stark as we watch. Half degree can make all the difference. A full degree can make all the difference in the world here for concern. It's cool out to the west than what we are here in general, but that freezing point can make all the difference. But you see, 12:15 in the morning or so, you see these icicles, and then if we can get a car to come through here like it was right before I pulled this camera up here, mile marker 211 in Jefferson County, probably to see how it did not look all that great on the road. I bet there's quite a bit of ice mixing in there based on what we've seen on the Doppler radar technology. So that's obviously cause for concern here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation. We're just trying to stay on top of it here for you, your friends, and your family with these inclement conditions that are ongoing here. And you can kind of start to see it illuminate a little bit. By the way, there was a report, maybe thunder sleet or thunder snow. There was a lightning strike in Jefferson County just a little while ago. We saw it on our software. So, and remarkable to see about that. As you see, that does not look great here for driving. Folks having to go slow there in Jefferson County right now. That is nasty looking. Mixture of all sorts of types of precip, I would say. This is not what you want to deal with, obviously, here tonight. If you can help it, don't go out unless you absolutely have to, is what I mean. As we go ahead and move away from this shot for now. Again, just continuing to give you the very latest here on everything that's happening, everything that's going on. You'll see here some of the information, some questionable, indications of whether we have one kind of precip or another. That's kind of intriguing as we're continuing to watch all of this. Just continuing to monitor this. I know they just send out to the Storm Prediction Center. They follow winter weather too. This is a discussion of where they think, the mixed precip would be more likely here as we're looking ahead into toward the timeline. Moderate snow at times, sleet, and perhaps freezing rain anticipated. That's more Union and Western Duval off to the north and west for now. But definitely, as we move ahead in the timeline, we have to watch here for maybe some more concern further downstream, obviously, to some degree here with the overall meteorological scenario. You see the overall wintry weather that we're dealing with. Let me go ahead and see here some of the latest indications in Tallahassee. Here, a little bit of maybe some ice pellets mixing in where I'm at in Bradford. Let me see if there's any new reporting. Just rain in Columbia, according to one spotter. But let's go ahead and pull up this source here. Here you go. So this one right here, radar scope, I know it says it's more mixed. Ice pellets, 1132. This report, ice pellets, southeast Tallahassee, 1130. Snow, 1151. Getting a little bit further north, ice pellets and sleet. So again, I'm just trying to give you a more ground confirmation of what's going on. You see Thomasville ice pellets, even though it's on snow, but we saw how, the whiteness of the, overall scenario there a little while ago with all that wintry precip adding on up there in Thomas County. So that's the storyline there. And again, can't see too much here at night, but we look at that, sometimes if there's some bouncing, you might want to see something. But as we go ahead and see here, there is some rain down towards central Florida. That's not, that usual down there, colder rain. Maybe you get some mixed precip down there, but it's not near the story that is in our area. I know it says flurries in Gainesville. Maybe there are some, but they wouldn't be really accumulating right now. I mean, you can have, flurries, above 32 and sleet. Now, the sleet's one thing, but as you're looking at it here, the flurries and the sleet, I mean, when you are above 32, it's going to be, harder for things to accumulate. You're not going to have the ice right, when you're above the freezing point. That's when stuff freezes. You're not going to have the flurry acts and accumulate other than maybe on elevated surfaces at that point. So that, you don't get the really big accumulations Even though we're used to talking about, you can get them above 32, the flurries, but it's not, something that really sticks too much. The sleet here, I'll kind of go back to it. It's a little tricky because, we talk about it here, and this is, mostly true. Not completely, because again, you can get snow flurries above 32, but they're not accumulating. Now, sleet here, droplets, they freeze and then form ice before reaching the surface. If you're kind of getting a situation, as we're looking at things here, with the ice pieces mixing in, it's above 32. Again, that's not going to amount to much here. That's kind of what we're talking about with sleet. Now, freezing rain is what's kind of freezes on the surface there, and then you have to be at 32 or below for that. It's something that happens after the rain, has come, toward you and it touches the surfaces, whether it's trees, power lines, it freezes on contact. So that's kind of the storyline there. So again, the impacts really get going when you get under 32. You can still get flurries above 32. But again, you're not getting the big problems until you get 32 or below, 32.0 or below, the freezing point. So again, just continuing to track all this here is something we're not accustomed to talking about in our part of the country, that's for sure. Our 62 county, North Florida and South Georgia, something that we're just not, going to be talking about very often. I know there are some images on social media now of some wintry precip, maybe some sleet, maybe some snow in that Doak Campbell Stadium area where there is some construction going on. That's in Leon County, of course, where Tallahassee is. So that's the storyline. I know classes there canceled for that Wednesday as well as they were on Tuesday, as folks were starting to see the conditions deteriorate and they were making final preps. Getting a report out of Wayne County now on Jessup that emergency management is saying that sleet has transitioned to snow in Jessup. About a fourth of an inch, maybe about 3/10 of an inch has accumulated now there. So that's just north of our area, but it's in the Jacksonville vicinity where they, their forecast zone, and they're sending out some of these maybe a little bit quicker here in the real time. And in Tallahassee, there's so much going on, and maybe a little bit, more scattered versus so numerous out of the west. So maybe we'll get some of these in a little more in real time. So there is some snow, fourth of an inch of snow in Wayne County, this outside of our area. But in the Jacksonville Weather Service jurisdiction, technically in the Savannah TV market, Savannah now expected to get quite a bit more snow than we were thinking initially. So that's a bigger story for that area, and up in Charleston, the Golden Isles there and the like. What a story for them as we're continuing to watch this here in the real time. This precip product doesn't help us a lot because a lot of this is wintry stuff. It's the liquid equivalents, but this is all rain out here and a little less rain than last hour. But this is an issue here, an inch or so, and then that's going to freeze. Black ice. We had the rain the other day. Some of those areas with standing water will have ice spots in them no matter how much freezing rain we get. So, assuming we're at 32.0 and below, that is the key. So, again, just continuing to watch things here, continuing to track. You don't always have these temperature drop like this, when we have the cloud around, but the overall process allows it. I know gonna have snow on the ground. That could allow a little bit more wintry precip even to reform on Thursday morning now. Sleet or something based on rain being around. It might be a little cooler, and that could be something else based on some of the latest high-res guidance, but that's still more iffy as we continue to watch and continue to track everything. I know just watching the dew point numbers, and this went down to 31 here from 32 for the moment where I'm at used to start, but just kind of watching these different numbers because these are very important in the atmospheric scenario here as we're dealing with things, because a little bit of a shift in things can make a big difference as we're continuing to give you guys the very latest information on this winter storm. The winter storm warning still in effect. We've had pretty gusty winds and spots of snow, almost blizzard conditions. We don't have a blizzard warning. I suppose you could end up getting a blizzard condition if we have enough wind in an area to verify it at some point. Maybe let's go ahead and call this, at some point, somewhere a blizzard. So we look here, some of these higher gusts. I saw an anomaly in terms of one earlier in Camilla. It was somewhere much higher, but like much higher than 20 or something. But I don't think that's accurate. But 1724, that's something that can really, help to blow the snow around even a little bit, which that's not something we're used to talking about around here. What a historic event for sure. As we continue along with the cover, we'll be starting a new stream here soon. As we get to the 1 o'clock hour, we'll be off for a few minutes in between. But I have a new stream up there for 1 a.m. For sure. But I'm going to check a few more things out first here as we wrap things on up on this update in this stream before we go to that next stream to continue along here with this historic event to the night and into the morning hours. So let's check some of these views here. Mile marker 197 around Tallahassee. I-10. Definitely can see here how it is pretty nasty. The icicles, the snow there, telling that story for sure there, out toward parts of the Florida Panhandle there in Florida Big Bend. So that is very much worth noting. Let me go ahead and keep looking at things here. I know those roads just a messing spots for sure. Let me look into toward Tallahassee. Okay, we've really seen since our last look at this camera, we really saw now a burst of some of that wintry weather it would look like at the DOT camera there. Granted, I don't see much going at the moment, but it definitely looks, like we got a burst in there now of that over the last little bits. That tells a story there in Leon County now, really getting some of that wintry effect there, really making things much tougher to see there on the ground. So getting that covering of what looks to be snow here at this point, but there could be some ice and sleet mixed in, but definitely noteworthy there as we continue to watch all of our different instrumentation details behind the scenes here in toward the weather center. So again, this is Leon County toward Appalachia Parkway, the DOT area down there. So it looks like we might have got a little bit more snow in the last little bit around, main parts of Tallahassee where a lot of folks are. The students got to be excited about that. Maybe, still ain't a whole bunch, but it's still a little bit better that way. But of course, the ice can be very, very dangerous. So you have fun with the snow, the ice, the freezing rain is what I'm talking about. That's not fun at all. That can be consequential. That can be deadly in some cases, as we talked about. Gotta be really careful. So let me go ahead and see what else we might have for you. Move away from that. Continue to watch. Continue to track. Continuing to keep you up to date. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. I'm going to go ahead and put the covered map up again to remind you of our 62 counties. We just got another report with some of the snow totals from the Tallahassee office. I just came across here. Let me read off some of these official reports. And now see some of those rainfall estimates. We can't see the snowfall like estimates on radar like that. There's a liquid equivalence, but that's something a little bit complicated here. I'm sure, like I said, there's some systems that'll do it now, but Early County, Georgia now, a little over 7 inches of snow reported. I see magnitude, it makes you think earthquakes, but no, we're talking about snow here. Almost 8 inches of snow in Lee County, Georgia, around Palmyra. Definiak Springs, just outside of around Walton County, pretty good ways out. But almost 5 inches, 4.8 inches of snow. Randolph County, Cuthbert, in our area, 5 inches of snow as of midnight. Randolph County, another part of Cuthbert, 1 mile west, 6 inches of snow. Worth County around Red Rock, 7.5 inches of snow. Seminole County around Donaldsonville as of about midnight as well, 7 inches of snow. So those are some very noteworthy numbers that we'll probably not see repeat for a long, long time here, my friends, as we continue to watch things, continue to give you the latest updates, all that cold air coming on in, as well as we continue to watch the meteorological process here. And we're going to keep you up to date. It's 12:30 right now, Eastern Time, 11:30 Central. we're going to go ahead for the time being. We're going to wrap this stream. We'll be back in about a half an hour, give or take here, with more coverage as we continue to keep you guys safe and informed of the winter weather event. So see us back here at 1 a.m. on a new stream on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. Let me go ahead and pull up our information real quick so you can see what I'm talking about here on all the different platforms. I'll be back with more in about 30 minutes, another stream, and I'll continue our hourly updates to the night here. And in between, we'll have the radar cameras up, mainly radar, and if we need to pop in between, we will. But otherwise, see you back here at about 1 with a new stream. I'm cutting this stream for now. Hope you guys stay safe, and we'll be back with more. Catch me on these platforms that we're on right now on a new video in about half an hour or so. Thanks so much for watching this window, and we'll keep you guys up to date here, just, all night long, because it's so important to me to keep you guys in that loop.